네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 2025 아세안 플러스 3 HRD 포럼을 시작하겠습니다. 모두 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 원활한 행사 진행을 위해서 소지하고 계신 휴대폰은 진동 모드로 바꿔주시거나 꺼주시기 바랍니다. 오늘 행사 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번인데요. 가지고 계신 수신기를 사용해 주시면 됩니다. Ladies and gentlemen, a brief announcement before we begin. The 2025 ASEAN+3 HRD Forum will begin shortly, so please take your seats. For the smooth progress of the event, we kindly ask you to switch your mobile phones to silent mode or turn them off. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided today. Korean is on channel 1 and English is on channel 2. So please use the receivers on your seats. We will begin at 10 a.m. o'clock. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. So welcome to the 2025 ASEAN+3 HRD Forum. My name is Grace Won, your host for today's event. Thank you very much. So I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for joining us today. So the 2025 ASEAN+3 HRD Forum will feature a dynamic discussion under the theme Reimagining HR Systems, Innovating HRD for a Sustainable Future. So participants include representatives from the Ministry of Employment and Labor, the World Bank, and HRD Korea, Korea Polytechnics, and the ASEAN Secretariat and private sector experts. So now we will officially begin the 2025 ASEAN+3 HRD Forum. To start, we have the opening remarks from Mr. Il-Hoon Park, Director General of the Ministry of Employment and Labor. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까. 저는 고용노동부의 국제협력관 박일훈입니다. 제13차 아세안 플러스 3 HRD 포럼에 참석해서 자리를 빛내주신 산업인력공단 이우영 이사장님, 폴리텍대학 이철수 이사장님, 그리고 귀중한 축사를 보내주신 세계은행 크리스탄 에도 국장님, 아세안 까오쿵 후은 사무총장님, 그리고 무엇보다 귀한 시간 내에 참석해 주신 모든 참석자 여러분께 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 아세안 플러스 3 HRD 포럼은 2013년에 처음 개최된 지로 벌써 13차를 맞이했습니다. 아세안 플러스 HRD 포럼은 그동안 아세안과 한중의 디지털 전환 대응, 숙련 기술 인력 양성 방안 등의 주제하에 인적자원 개발 지식 확산과 협력 네트워크 구축의 장으로 크게 기여해왔습니다. 이번 포럼의 주제는 인적자원 시스템의 재설계, 지속가능한 미래를 위한 인적자원 개발입니다. 디지털 전환은 이미 오래전부터 일자리 환경을 변화시키는 변수로 작동해왔으나 최근 AI 등장으로 새로운 변곡점을 맞이하고 있습니다. 위기를 기회로 바꾸고 모든 노동자가 변화에 대비할 수 있도록 무엇보다 지속 가능성을 고려해야 될 시점이라고 생각합니다. 지속 가능성을 확보하기 위해 AI와 녹색 기술 등 신기술을 활용한 혁신, 취약계층이 뒤처지지 않도록 하기 위한 방안, 민간과의 파트너십을 통한 협력체의 구축 등의 고민이 필요합니다. 이 모두를 아우르는 논의를 통해 아세안 플러스 3 지역의 노동자들, 특히 소외계층에게 양질의 직업훈련 기회와 일자리, 그리고 더 나은 삶이라는 실질적인 성과로 이어지기를 기대합니다. 아세안 플러스 3는 서로를 의지하며 어려움을 함께 극복해가는 소중한 이웃입니다. 지난 10월 말레이시아에서 아세안 플러스 3 정상회의가 개최되었습니다. 이 자리에서 우리는 아세안 플러스 3 지역이 현재 글로벌 경제의 핵심 지역임을 재확인하고 숙련 노동 인력을 비롯한 미래 인재 양성 등 고용노동 분야의 포용성과 지속 가능성을 위한 협력을 강조하였습니다. 고용노동의 미래를 함께할 동반자인
as a partners in this region and to have a stronger future for the HRD area, I'd like to have a better and more.
Thank you very much.
relationship in the
Thank you
future.
very much, Director General Il-Hoon Park, your warm opening remarks and setting the tone for today's event. So next, we will hear the opening remarks from Mr. Christian Edo, Practice Manager for Education in the East Asia and Pacific region at the World Bank. So he has prepared a recorded message for us, so please join me in watching it on the screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, good morning. It is an honor to join you at this year's ASEAN+3 Human Resource Development Forum. I would like to begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to Mr. Il-Hoon Park, Director General of the Ministry of Employment and Labor of the Republic of Korea, to Mr. Woo Jong Lee, President of the Human Resources Development Service of Korea, Mr. Cheol So Lee, CEO of Korea Polytechnics, and Dr. Kao Kim Hong, Secretary General of ASEAN. Their leadership and partnership have been central in convening this forum and in advancing human resource development across the region. The theme of this year's forum, Reimagining HR System, Innovating HRD for a Sustainable Future captures both the urgency and the shared responsibility we hold in strengthening the resilience, adaptability, and inclusiveness of our workforce in an era defined by rapid digital and green transitions. This forum provides a vital platform to address these challenges together, and I am confident that our exchanges today will generate forward-thinking solutions that advance human resource development across ASEAN+3. We meet at a moment of profound transition. The acceleration of artificial intelligence, the shifts in global value chain, and the transition to a low-carbon economy are reshaping the nature of work faster than our institutions were built to adapt. These transitions are not on the horizon. They are here, influencing how firms compete, how workers learn, and how societies distribute opportunity. At the World Bank, our recent analysis point to three strategic priorities that can guide countries in reimagining their HRD systems for this new era. First, we must invest in people across the life course, not just through schooling, but through systems that support continuous learning. A one-time education is no longer sufficient in a labor market where skills are evolving every few years. Countries that are expanding opportunities for adults to reskill and transition into new sectors are better positioned to turn disruption into opportunity. Ensuring that women, youth, and vulnerable workers are included is not only fair, it is economically necessary. Second, we must use data and technology to make HRD systems smarter. AI and digital platforms are not only transforming work, they can help us govern labor markets more effectively. Real-time labor market information, digital credentials, and adaptive training models can help connect people to opportunities more quickly and at a lower cost. But technology only adds value when accompanied by strong governance, data protection, and institutional capacity. This is where public leadership remains essential. Third, and perhaps more importantly, we must strengthen partnership. No single ministry, institution, or firm can meet the scale of change alone. The most effective HRD system are those where government, industry, and training institutions co-design solutions, from sector councils and apprenticeships to curriculum modernization and on-the-job training pathways. Across the region, countries such as Korea, Singapore, and Malaysia have shown that when the public sector, employers, and academia work in close partnership, skilled systems stay agile, aligned, and responsive to evolving labor market needs. The ASEAN+3 platform provides a unique opportunity to deepen this cooperation. By sharing experiences, developing regional qualification frameworks, and expanding cross-border partnership that strengthen our collective capacity to prepare for the future of work. Over the next 2 days, we will examine how this principle translates into practice, how AI can support workforce development, how tiered systems can evolve, and how public-private partnership can expand opportunities. The World Bank stands ready to continue supporting your efforts through evidence, dialogue, investment, and collaboration to ensure that every worker in this region has the chance to learn, adapt, and thrive in a changing world. Thank you very much, and I look forward to our discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Practice Manager Christian Ado, for sharing your opening address. So next, we will hear the welcome address from Mr. Woo Young Lee, President of HRD Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. 2025 ASEAN+3 HRD Forum is taking place here today. I'm very delighted to be here today, this annual event. This forum is the most meaningful event where we pursue a common prosperity among ASEAN+3 neighbors. That's how I believe. In particular, we are having a representatives from different countries, from World Bank and from international organizations. I'd like to extend my warm welcome to all of them. In particular, we do have Il-hun Bak, Director General of MOEL, and also we are having a great support for the first time this year from Chul Lee, who I deeply respect, from the Human Resource Development Service of Korea. And we are going to meet we met Christian Ado of the World Bank on the video, and we are going to see a Dr. Kao Kim Hoon, Secretary General of ASEAN, for sending their congratulatory messages. And I'm truly delighted to welcome the delegation of Timor, the newest member of the ASEAN family. And I look forward to close cooperation ahead. The theme of this, I again extend my deepest welcome to them. So the most important message was delivered by Director Il-hun Bak, I believe. So I don't think I should repeat everything again. And also, the practice manager, Christian Edo, shared a great insight about our future. So I'd like to say that we need a closer and stronger partnership in this time. And when you look back the past, the labor mobility has been very active. That's my impression. Today it's been weakening a little bit. However, Europe has the strongest unions, and they used to enjoy a skilled and less skilled workers, and they have provided a great programs, national programs and cross-border programs to expedite a mobility for the human resources. So that was kind of a renaissance area for the HR era. So the theme of this forum is meaningful in that perspective, because we are talking about the innovating HRD for a sustainable future. So we are going for this, we are pursuing the sustainable future, and for that matter, we need to innovate the HRD. We are at the very critical juncture. As you know, things are changing every day, and we are having the advent of the AI with a strong power. And we also seeing the physical AI and humanoid robots with a strong artificial intelligence power. They are also coming into the labor market, and that raises the question if humans can maintain our own area. And that is a very serious question that we have to agonize over. So this perspective, from the first industrial innovation, and second, industrial innovation, and also the fourth, digital innovation, has a very relevance, all these things, because this will bring a new innovation with a great new tools, and that has been a great challenge for all of us. Then ASEAN+3 and the direction for the HRD, especially in vocational education. The question is that should we stay in the same way, or should we pursue a different direction? That is a very relevant question for all of us today. The HRD system in Korea is overseen by the HRDK, and the HRDK is trying to lead this HRD system by incorporating these new technologies and try to expedite our effort to adapt these changes. We do have a great infrastructure and governance in Korea and also in HRD area. And I take great pride in Korea Polytech, which has a great infrastructure. And we do have a great vocational system, and we do have a CREBET and all different qualifications and certification systems, and also tertiary training and education system, which have been a great representatives to other countries as well. So we have been leading in this area with a great infra and governance. So based on our experience and know-how, I'd like to share this insight with ASEAN+3 neighboring countries so that we can pursue a common prosperity. So I believe today will become a practical platform for that goal. So now it is time for us to innovate the HR system for this year and for the future. So this will become a very important common platform for us. So again, I thank all the participants here today and wish you good health and happiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Woo Young Lee, for your kind words. So next, we will hear the welcome remarks from Mr. Chul Lee, CEO of Korea Polytechnics. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Distinguished guests and human resource development representatives from ASEAN and Korea, China, and Japan, I sincerely congratulate you on the opening of the 2025 ASEAN+3 Human Resource Development Forum. This forum is a meaningful occasion co-hosted by the Ministry of Employment and Labor and the World Bank and the Human Resource Development Service of Korea and Korea Polytechnics to explore sustainable human resource development strategies suitable for the era of AI and green transition. The forum's theme, Reimagining HR Systems for a Sustainable Future in the Era of AI and Green Transition, demonstrates that in today's world, where technological innovation is transforming industrial structures and demographic changes are reshaping society, human-centered growth is the true foundation of sustainability. While AI technology enhances industrial efficiency and green transition is a trend that protects human survival, it is ultimately people who will lead these changes. Therefore, we must seek a paradigm shift in human resource development for a sustainable future. Over the past 50 years, Korea Polytechnics has grown as a talent cultivation institution that builds the nation through technology by connecting industrial sites and educational sites. Recently, we have been advancing the KTVET model focusing on promising future sectors such as AI, digital, and green industries. This is developing into an HRD platform that goes beyond simple vocational training to lead both industrial innovation and social inclusiveness. Today, Korea Polytechnics at the forefront of vocational education and KAIST at the pinnacle of R&D capabilities will take a historic first step toward opening a new paradigm of vocational education where education, research, and field operations are closely connected by signing a business agreement to cultivate professional workforce in the physical AI field. This is to strengthen national competitiveness into a physical AI field based on world-class manufacturing capabilities for Korea to leap forward as one of the top 3 AI powerhouses. And especially, this proposal was particularly meaningful in that KAIST first recognized the need for cooperation and actively proposed it. Currently, KAIST students are taking Korea Polytechnic's industrial field practice courses and acquiring field-based physical AI technologies. I believe this realizes the reconstruction of HR systems for a sustainable future in the AI era, just like today's forum theme. The ASEAN+3 countries gathered here today have different histories and industrial stages, but share a common vision of preparing for the future through technological innovation and talent development. I hope this forum will become a venue for practical discussions to exchange policy experiences and innovation cases from each country. Korea Polytechnics will continue to cooperate and innovate with you to build a future-oriented HRD ecosystem where industry and education, technology, and people are harmoniously connected. I express my deep gratitude to all who have attended and hope this forum will be the starting point for a new leap forward toward sustainable human resource development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles Lee, for your kind remarks. So next, we will hear the congratulatory messages from Dr. Kao Him-hoon, Secretary General of ASEAN. And he has also prepared a video message for us, so let's watch it together on the screen.
Mr. Il Hoon Park, Director General, Ministry of Employment and Labor of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Christine Edo, Practical Manager for Education, East Asia and Pacific Region, World Bank, Mr. Woo Young Lee, President, Human Resources Development Service of Korea, Mr. Chul So Lee, President, Korea Polytechnic, honorable senior officials from ASEAN member states and the +3 countries, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm delighted to share these congratulatory remarks at the 2025 ASEAN+3 Human Resource Development Forum. I want to thank the Ministry of Employment and Labor of the Republic of Korea, together with its partners, the World Bank, HRD Korea, and Korea Polytechnics, for sustaining this valuable platform and knowledge sharing among the ASEAN+3 countries since 2013. This year's theme, Reimagining HR Systems, Innovating HRD for a Sustainable Future, speaks directly to where we are today. Across our region, we are experiencing a fundamental transformation in the world of work, driven by convergence of megatrends, digitalization, climate change, demographic shifts, and global uncertainties. According to the World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs Report 2025, 39% of workers' core skills are expected to be disrupted by 2030. This forum provides an important platform for all of us, policymakers, partners, thought leaders, and practitioners, to collectively chart a future that is inclusive, forward-looking, and people-centered. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, human resource development lies at the core of ASEAN's commitment to building a cohesive, resilient, and inclusive community. It is a critical enabler of sustainable growth and social progress. As reaffirmed in the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we envision a future where all ASEAN people enjoy equitable access to quality education and lifelong learning, decent work opportunities, and social protection in a rapidly changing world of work. The challenge before us is the need to translate this vision into concrete outcomes, ensuring that the benefits of technological advancement and green transition reach not just urban centers and high-skilled workers, but also rural communities, women, youth, and informal sector workers who comprise a significant portion of our regional workforce. In this regard, ASEAN has advanced considerably in strengthening our human capital system through various regional frameworks. The 47th ASEAN Summit in Kuala Lumpur last month acknowledged the adoption by the ASEAN labor ministers the two important joint statements on skills development for the future workforce in ASEAN and on actionable plan for green jobs towards a sustainable and inclusive ASEAN workforce. These actions affirm the shared commitment of member states to the promotion of lifelong learning, especially in upgrading ASEAN workforce green, digital, and AI competencies, while advancing skills recognition and public-private partnership. Together, these frameworks set out a shared vision of a region that is digitally empowered, environmentally sustainable, and socially inclusive. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the ASEAN+3 Human Resource Development Forum has become a vital platform for policy exchange and collaboration. The Republic of Korea, in particular, has been instrumental through this forum and other projects with ASEAN on TVET capacity building. Korea's own experience in transforming its workforce through strategic investments and technical education, industry-led training, and lifelong learning infrastructure offers valuable lessons for our region. The challenge is how to adapt these insights to ASEAN's diverse economic landscapes and institutional contexts. We look forward to expanding our cooperation through the next ASEAN OK Plan of Action 2026-2030. Our collective focus on human resource development was further reinforced at the 13th ASEAN+3 Labor Ministers meeting, which I attended last year in Singapore. There, the minister highlighted three key imperatives: upskilling workers, strengthening resilience, and promoting innovation. These factors remain central to the ASEAN Social-Cultural Community Strategic Plan and to our vision of a dynamic, inclusive, and future-ready region. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, these imperatives take on particular urgency as we confront the technological transformation and reshaping our economies. The integration of artificial intelligence and green technologies presents both transformative policy challenges and opportunities for the region. The promise of automation, big data, and digital platforms is reshaping how we work, learn, adapt, and deliver services. Yet we must also recognize the inherent risks of widening inequality, labor market displacement, and digital exclusion. Recent studies in fact suggest that while technology may create new jobs, workers displaced by automation often lack the means or opportunity to transition into these emerging roles. The mismatch is multidimensional, not only technical, but also geographical, generational, and gender. Our task, therefore, is not simply to harness these technologies, but to humanize them, to ensure that innovation serves people rather than the other way around. Addressing these challenges requires coordinated regional strategies that combine technological advancement with inclusive workforce development. One such strategy is the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, DEFA. According to projections, DEFA could contribute up to additional $2 trillion to the regional digital economy by 2030, while establishing a strong foundation for inclusive and interoperable digital markets across member states. Yet, its success will hinge not only on infrastructure and regulation, but on skilled, adaptable, and empowered human resources, underscoring the critical link between technological growth and human capital development. This is why our labor and education sectors are accelerating efforts to build digital and green skill sets, foster ethical AI literacy, and strengthen the adaptability of our training institutions and workforce development strategies. Another important focus area is modernizing technical and vocational education and training, TVET, to meet the demands of emerging green and digital economies. In line with the adoption of the ASEAN Leaders' Declaration on Higher Education and our ongoing efforts to support the ASEAN TVET Council, ATC, Work Plan 2021-2030, we are working to enhance quality assurance, regional qualification frameworks, and industry partnerships. At the same time, the region recognizes that green technologies are integral to sustainable growth. The adoption of the Joint Statement on Actionable Plan for Green Jobs towards a Sustainable and Inclusive ASEAN Workforce by the ASEAN Labour Ministers this year, and the ongoing finalization of the ASEAN Framework and Action Plan for a just and inclusive transition to the green jobs, 2025-2030, seek to guide member states in developing green skills ecosystems, promoting sustainable enterprises, and ensuring a just transition for workers and communities. Our goal is to build a future-ready TVET ecosystem, one that supports lifelong learning, integrates digital competencies, and reaches vulnerable and marginalized groups. To this end, public-private partnerships will be instrumental. The ASEAN Secretariat is supporting member states to design sectoral skills strategies that respond to real-time labor market signals. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, in this area of transition and uncertainty, we must remember that investing in people is not only an economic imperative, but a social responsibility. It is pivotal in reducing inequality, promoting well-being, and strengthening resilience of our societies and communities. The return on investment in human capital may not appear immediately on balance sheets, but it manifests in stronger social cohesion, reduced poverty, enhanced innovation capacity, and the ability of our societies to navigate future shocks, whether economic, environmental, or health-related. Let me close by reaffirming ASEAN's steadfast commitment to regional and multilateral cooperation. We stand ready to work closely with the +3 countries and all our partners in advancing human capital development as a cornerstone of our regional progress. The challenges we face are too complex, too interconnected, and too urgent for any nation to address them alone. This forum exemplifies the spirit of collaboration that must define our path forward, sharing knowledge, pooling resources, and learn from both our successes and setbacks. I wish this forum every success and look forward to the new ideas and partnership that will emerge from our discussions. 'Thank you very much.
「
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for your remarks. So we will now have a group photo with the key participants of today's forum, representatives from the Ministry of Employment and Labor, the World Bank, the Human Resource Development Service of Korea, Korea Polytechnics, and ASEAN Secretariat, and distinguished speakers. So please come forward the photo, and I will call your names one by one, so please come forward as your name is called. So Mr. Il-hun Park, Director General, Ministry of Employment and Labor, Woo-young Lee, President of HRD Korea, Chul-soo Lee, CEO, Korea Polytechnics, Karuki Odakio, Senior Officer, the ASEAN Secretariat, Siripon Pervikam, Project Director, GIZ, Kim Ok-kwon, Executive Director, HRD Korea, Soo Roo, Senior Consultant, Temasek Polytechnic. Okay, very good. So we will have a group photo with all participants who are joining us today. So please come up to this stage, everybody. So all the participants. 네, 여러분 모두 오늘 참석해주신 모든 분들 모시고 기념사진
All the
촬영하겠습니다.
participants are
무대
invited to
위로
the
자유롭게
stage for a
올라와
photo
주시면
session.
됩니다. 기념사진
Please
촬영하겠습니다.
come
So
forward
please
to
feel
the
free to
stage.
come up onto the stage and arrange yourselves for the photo. 네, 여러분 사진 촬영 오늘 오신 모든 참석자분들 모시고
We'd like
함께
to invite
하겠습니다.
all
무대
of
위로
you
자유롭게
to
올라와
come
주시면
to the
됩니다.
stage for a photo
Ladies and
session.
gentlemen, we will now have a group photo with all participants here today. So please come up to the stage. Smile. One more time. Please show your big smiles. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your cooperation. So now we will move on to our keynote speech. So our keynote lecture will be delivered by Mr. Salman Asim, Senior Economist at the World Bank. He will speak on reimagining skills development systems for a sustainable future, policy pathway to AI-enabled transformation. So ladies and gentlemen, please give him a warm round of applause.
So much. Annyeonghaseyo. Good morning, everyone. I would like to join my practice manager, Christian Edu, in thanking HRD Forum. And we apologize that we couldn't be there in person today. And I would like to thank Mr. Ilhun Park, Mr. Woo Young Lee, Mr. Chol Si, and Dr. Kao Kim Hon for their opening remarks and setting the stage for a fabulous forum. I'm a senior economist with the World Bank Group. I'm joining in from Washington, D.C. today, but I have attended the HRD forum in the past couple of years and enjoyed the discussions at the forum, and hopefully all of us together gathered at this forum will learn together on the pathways of the transitions in the ASEAN+3 countries, as Dr. Kao Kim Hon mentioned in his opening remarks. My today's presentation is going to focus on reimagining skills for the two transitions that you heard about in the opening remarks, the digital and the green transition. Let me begin with the global trends that are driving this shift, how the digital and the green transitions are reshaping how countries grow, compete, and include. Skills, not technology, will determine who benefits and who is going to be left behind. Next slide. Next slide. So there are three mega trends that are reshaping the skills demand, and they were all alluded to in the opening remarks by our distinguished speakers. One is the decarbonization, which is for sustainable development. New jobs will be created because of the energy transition that is going on, and East Asia Pacific region is at the center of this transformation. Then we have the automation, which you have heard about in terms of like the digital transformation, and now increasingly integration of artificial intelligence, and that has implications for workforce development and the kind of jobs that are going to come about. So just to give you some statistics, that with automation alone, we are estimating about 1.4 million low-skilled workers are have been displaced between 2018 to 2022, and the jobs, as were mentioned in the last speaker's opening remarks, that about 39% of the jobs will be disrupted by 2030. But at the same time, there will be new jobs that are going to be created, and who is going to get those jobs and who is going to be left behind are important questions for ASEAN+3 countries and also for other countries globally. Similarly, aging is driving the next demographic shift, and we are projecting that about 1/3 of the global population will be over 60 by 2050. And thirdly, I mentioned on the decarbonization side that 69% of coal power generation is still happening in the East Asia Pacific region. So there is going to be a lot of displacement because of the energy transition and related climate risks. Next slide. Now, this is an important graphic that EAP, as you know, hosts some of the world's most advanced supply chains. yet foundational learning remains very uneven. In more than half of the East Asia Pacific middle income countries, over 50% of 10-year-olds face learning poverty. What does that mean in practice? That 10-year-olds, when you give them simple sentences to read, they don't have reading literacy. So we are entering the automation and the mega trends of the 21st century with half of the population virtually excluded from the foundational learning skills. Digital access gaps and rising youth unemployment show mismatches between what young people learn and what economies need to grow. So you can see on the graphic on the right side that there is a large proportion of population which cannot even send an email, or they can copy paste like material into a Word document. So the digital literacy remains very low, resulting in this digital divide where people are going to be excluded from the benefits of the growth and the transitions that we are seeing that are happening in the East Asia Pacific region. Next slide. Likewise, on the decarbonization side, the green transition is going to leave millions of workers behind unless reskilling scales up. So the demand for electricity is rising by 25% by 2030 and 100% by 2060. Industrial decarbonization requires $1.7 trillion in investments in China, Vietnam, and Indonesia. And power decarbonization efforts require about $9 trillion of investments. All of these investments are going to create jobs, but they will require a new set of skills. And how prepared the human resources are to meet the talent requirements of the future is a question for the policymaker and the institutions that are present in the room for discussion today. Next. Let me now turn to how the digital transformation, especially AI, can help countries accelerate skills development. So just to give you an example that AI is going to move the economies towards individualized trajectories, individualized learning trajectories, individualized healthcare. So the focus of the systems, where the systems used to generalize the problem and then provide a median solution to the problem, is changing with the introduction of AI in learning and skilling of the workforce. So if we look at some of the examples, this is not something new. These are like tested programs in India, in targeted interventions in 5 countries using a randomized controlled trial, where children were taught at the level of their ability instead of like a teacher standing in and teaching to the median level of the capability. And you can see that there are huge impacts on the cognitive learning of the kids when they are put on a path of learning which is adaptive to their own competency level. Like 0.3 standard deviation effect, as is shown in this graphic, is about 1 year additional learning that can take place by the use of augmented AI in the classroom in addition to the teachers. Next. So I started my discussion that foundational learning, 50% of the kids are left behind because they cannot do basic literacy or basic maths. And now we have a solution, something that can be a game changer for these countries and these children who are left behind if leveraged properly. So the problem in a standard classroom is that the instruction targets the average student, leaving many learners behind and reinforcing inequalities. So what AI is doing is basically bridging that gap, bridging that inequality by having the technology available to adapt the learning trajectory of every student according to their ability and according to their needs. The key question is whether technology enabled mastery learning can move beyond pilots to deliver equitable system wide impact within public education systems. Why we say that is a challenge? Because no country has been able to do it at scale. Countries have to overcome challenges in this area. Next slide. So one country that has moved the fastest on this trajectory is the country that where we are sitting today in Korea, because due to huge investments in edtech infrastructure since the 2010s, Korea has been able to demonstrate what AI leadership could look like in improving adaptive learning at scale. Korea shows what is possible with digital infrastructure, teacher development, and innovation ecosystems grow together. So Korea provided teachers real-time support. Korea has an ecosystem that was tested during the COVID crisis, with the private sector stepping it up in order to provide the solutions to the kids. And it is the only country in the world that when coming out of the COVID after the school closures, there was no learning loss. Most of the OECD countries suffered learning losses on average up to 0.15 standard deviations. In Korea, we see nominal gains in learning after COVID, showing the resilience of the education system and the ability of the technology solution to work at scale. And that played a significant role in driving the leadership of Korea to become like a central player in AI enabled learning at scale. Lessons that can be drawn and implemented in ASEAN+3 countries through this forum and other engagements. Next slide. Now, it's very important that Korea not only establishes itself as a leader, as a thought leader on AI-enabled learning tools, but also in adaptive technologies. So when we look at the evidence that what is the effectiveness of these learning tools, we don't have that much information on the ground. And one way to do this, and we were cooperating with the Ministry of Education on that front, is to test out the effectiveness of these technologies and to see how much gains are coming in and at what scale. Are the teachers better off? What part of the students' distribution learns better with the introduction of these tools? And then to take course corrective measures as the technology scales and as the implementation expands from one region to another region. Next. So the second trend that I mentioned earlier on is on the transition on the green side. So one transition that we are seeing is automation, and another transition is the greening. I'm not going to take up another dimension of the transition, which is aging and demographics. So that will be covered at some other opportunity. But these are the two areas where the EAP region is kind of like advancing very quickly, and there are a lot of differences across countries as they are making these transitions. Next. So as most of you are familiar, EAP is now the global engine of green technology. 80% of the global solar PV manufacturing is in China. The region leads in EVs, batteries, and green hydrogen pilots. But the biggest bottleneck, especially in Indonesia and Vietnam, is skills, not technology. Trillions of dollars of industries are being created, but are there jobs to back it up? Are we seeing employment rising up in countries? The simple answer is that the that the skills are slow to catch up, and we will see why that is the case. Green labor market behaves in unexpected ways. Next. Green jobs are growing fast, but so are brown jobs. And that is coming from the research that we also did I led the team in China, in Shanxi and Inner Mongolia provinces of China to look at like the transition that is taking place on decarbonization in these provinces. And what we are finding is that the transition is very uneven. Economic signals are still favoring the brown sectors, resulting in what we call as brown lock-in. So there are winners of the transition and there are people who will lose from the transition, who are going to be the low skill operators. So unless and until there is upskilling and reskilling of the workers, they will be left behind in this transition. Between 2018 to 2024, green energy jobs grew by 53% and 39%, but brown jobs also rose 24% and 47%. Low-skilled workers in coal and legacy industries face the highest risk. So when we say that the coal is becoming like a national security agenda in some of the countries, it's because to protect the workers, to create employment in state-owned enterprises in order to ensure that the workers stick around, which is the brown lock-in. But that is not a sustainable way of transitioning from the brown to the green transition. Next. So how did we reach this conclusion? This is a small study using a mixed methods in two provinces of China, which are the highest producers of carbon and transitioning towards kind of like carbon peaking in 2030 and then carbon neutrality by 2060. So if we look at the policy documents, everything is aligned towards making the transition from brown to green jobs. But when we interviewed the employers, when we went to the higher education and private institutions, and we did the focus group discussions and key informant interviews, very different insights emerged that in spite of a very strong political will to make the transition happen, things were very different on the ground. Next. So the core puzzle was that why is there no wage premium for green skilled graduates in China? We reviewed policies, curricula, and emerging job profiles. If the 80% of the industry is moving towards the green transition, where is that wage premium? And there is none in the data, at least for these two provinces in China. The reasons that emerged from these discussions and the data that was collected from the surveys is that green industries are capital and technology intensive. They create fewer new jobs. They require advanced skills that create entry barriers for for existing workers to enter into these areas. Policy volatility, we saw COVID and we saw rise in coal production, so creating signals whether we are going towards more coal production, we are going towards solar and wind power. So what will be the future of energy is not clear and it keeps changing, creating kind of like differences in terms of signaling incentives for the students to take up new majors on the greener side. We also saw a mismatch between the policy and the market. That the market still values the traditional curriculum, traditional degrees. The teacher training is behind. There is an inertia in terms of the courses that are being introduced at the TVET and the higher education level. Next slide. Green technologies require very different set of skills which are not included in the current curriculum. There is a need for greening the curriculum from the high school to the TVET institutions to the higher education institution. Universities and TVET institutions face curriculum inertia, so they take like 2 to 3 years in order to introduce new majors by which like the industry has moved away from into newer subsidies and newer areas to explore on the green frontier. New hybrid roles are even not coded in the occupational list. So once the technology shifts and the occupational codes are not moving at the same pace at which the technology is moving, the training institutions are not equipped to create the skills for the workers that are required in the private sector. So what will happen is displacement of those workers, and they will be replaced through automated processes because the system is too slow to respond to the jobs. In the previous industrial revolutions, the jobs kind of like were more inclusive because the workers had more voice in the process of adoption of the technology. I'll go back to the example of Korea, where AI assisted learning in schools is seen as augmenting the role of the teacher. It is not seen as displacing the role of the teacher. Now, why is that the case? Because teacher has a voice in Korea. So the teacher is engaged in the adoption of the technology. When the worker is not involved in the adoption of the technology, they don't have the skills to offer to operate that technology, then the technology automates and displaces the workers. So what kind of growth is going to come about is going to depend from one country to another in terms of the inclusivity of the technology to create the skill set that will um, help economies to grow towards an inclusive and sustainable growth path. One thing that we also found out through this research is that the employers value adaptive and communication skills. Socio-emotional skills are much more valued than competency skills, as was the case in the previous industrial revolutions, where problem solving was the prized skill. But now the skill set is like teamwork, creativity, and it will require different emphasis across the curriculum, not just greening of the curriculum, but also bringing in more transversal skills in the curriculum to help the graduates compete in the labor market of tomorrow. Next one. So I've covered most of this on the demand side and the supply side, that there are changing labor needs. There's a shift towards greener occupation across sectors. Green transition and the climate risks will ensure that we will move on this path. Whether the technology creates what kind of jobs is dependent on the workers and their voice being recognized into the process, and also how countries adopt frameworks on reskilling and upskilling of the workers. Are they going to follow example of China to keep like the brown workers in the jobs until they retire, or they are going to heavily invest in reskilling and upskilling programs in order to bring those workers into the emerging jobs? On the supply side, we have discussed that there are ambitious plans given through policy rhetoric, but implementation is very weak. And that's where the ASEAN countries and the regional frameworks can play an important role to meet the ambitious rhetoric with execution integrity to take those plans into implementation. Curriculum at all levels of the education system is very slow to adapt, and there are weak employer linkages resulting in the skills mismatch that we saw in Shanxi and Inner Mongolia labor market. misaligned incentives, limited absorption of green skilled graduates into the workforce. So, from all of this, what can we take away? Next slide. That education reforms, many graduates in green majors are still employed in brown jobs. So unless and until the incentives are clear, we are going to face these brown job lock-in, even though there are very strong overarching goals of carbon PPE and carbon neutrality that does not translate into jobs on the ground. Provincial subsidy schemes are experimenting with training firms and credits and tax credits in order to encourage skilling, upskilling, and reskilling, but without strong linkages between the labor market and these institutions. Those programs don't talk to each other, resulting in slow adoption. New hybrid roles, not yet official, occupation codes like carbon trading managers, hydrogen plant technicians, they don't even show up on the occupational rosters and the codes. So creating curriculum and training and the teachers who will train these graduates at the TVET institutions become a central problem until your coding is keeping up to the demands that are emerging and how quickly they are emerging from the private sector. Students today are preparing for roles not recognized by the labor market. Just to give you an idea that 85% of the students in today's high school, we don't know what kind of jobs they will be in. So they're required to learn continuously, adaptively, and to become better on the job and to prepare for more resilient job market of the future, which requires a different mindset and different skill set to be inculcated at the education level. Next slide. So from all of this, there are some insights that I will leave you with for the discussions during the next 2 days. That what are the pathways that are emerging at the policy level? Learning from the research, from the countries that we work in, what is it that the countries can do differently to meet the demands of these challenges? Next. So the twin transitions alter skills in 3 ways. The new jobs emerge, existing jobs transform, higher order skills become essential. And we have talked about it in the case of like movement from problem solving skill to digital reasoning, system thinking, and socio-emotional skills. The existing jobs are changing. So you have the power technicians that were needed for the regular grid. Now they have to work on the smart grid, or the technicians that were working on the regular combustible engine now are have to work on electrical vehicles. So that requires continuous adaptation of the curriculum at the TVET level. So the technical and vocational institutions have to play a central role. And we are very pleased to see the Polytechnic institution as the leader in this dialogue today in order to bridge that gap between the TVET institutions and the graduates that are coming from there for the labor market. Next. So there are 3 imperatives for the ASEAN+3 countries that build predictive, integrated skill system, modernize TVET around green and digital priorities, ensure just inclusive worker transition. So what does that mean? That countries need predictive skill system, linking labor data from demand and training supply. This reduces mismatch and direct investment where returns are highest. Modernize TVET around green and digital priorities. What will that mean? Shift to competency-based modular curricula, use micro-credentials for emerging technologies, strengthen workplace training and SME participation. 90% of the jobs in ASEAN+3 countries are around these areas, and a lot of investments are going to happen in these areas. And we have already talked about that ensure that the worker's voice is included into these transitions in order to create the jobs of the future, that they need to be part of the conversation for these inclusive transition to take place. Next. So just a takeaway from the talk today, that policy pathway 1 is to build skills intelligence systems with predictive analytics, the learning management information system, to track occupational data, do job platform analytics. So basically a learning intelligence, a labor intelligence system that brings together different elements of the supply demand side that we discussed, and the countries are leading this, and the US is one example of doing like labor market intelligence at the community colleges, and that can be done at any TVET institutions. Next. So we have already talked about the policy pathway 2, that modernize TVET for digital and green data for more relevant training, and micro credentials are emerging. Like we have an example in Singapore leading the way for micro credentials, and then India doing a unique ID interoperable system in which the credentials are kind of like matched with the curriculum development and matching the talents with the jobs in real time. All of this is happening and is possible to advance through the ASEAN+3 countries. Next. So AI augmented teaching and foundational skills. So we have talked about the foundational learning gap. AI enabled tools accelerate feedback and differentiate instructions. Teachers trained in digital pedagogy are more effective at integrating new technologies. AI tools can help differentiate instruction and accelerate the feedback loops. So early warning systems can emerge. So children who are left behind can be brought into the education system, and the foundational gap that we saw in these countries can be bridged quite quickly. Next. Lifelong learning and work year transition. We have talked about adult learning systems, that most of the workers will need new skill set. How countries adapt their skilling is a key question for HRD and ASEAN+3 countries, that how this will be done through employer incentives or tax credits, recognition of prior learning, through the skills bank concept, through modular blended programs that can be introduced at various levels of the curriculum. These policies reduce displacement costs and will support mobility of the workers. Next one. Finally, governance determines whether digital and green transitions create opportunity or inequality. Key pillars for this transition are data privacy, green skills standards, EdTech quality assurance, financing for green training, and monitoring capacity. Let me conclude. Next. The twin transitions are not only technological shifts, they are human capital shifts. Countries that will align skills, data, and governance will drive the next decade of inclusive growth. At the World Bank, we support, we stand ready to support ASEAN+3 governments as partners in this transformation. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here. I look forward to be in person next time at the HRD forum. I wish all the delegates a very good discussion in the next couple of days. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sarmanasim. Thank you for your insightful keynote. Now we will have a Q&A session for any questions. And if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Or if you are participating online, please leave your questions in the chat box. So do we have any questions on the venue here? Do we have any questions on the chat box? Then allow me to move on to the next speaker. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sarman Nassim. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we will begin the first session. The theme of this session is AI and green technologies-based HRD innovation. Our first speaker is Mr. Karuki Otakio, Senior Officer of the Labor and Civil Service Division at the ASEAN Secretariat. So he will present on innovative competency development for the digital and green transitions in ASEAN. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
May I request for the presentation slide to flash on the screen, please? All right. So, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the ASEAN Secretariat, it is my honor to extend our warm greetings to everyone gathered here today. Allow also to begin by expressing our appreciation to the Ministry of Employment and Labor of the Republic of Korea, the World Bank, and the Human Resource Development Service of Korea for this kind invitation to participate in this forum. In the spirit of cooperation, I am pleased to share the ASEAN key initiatives and commitments in promoting green jobs and sustainable development. My presentation will highlight how ASEAN is translating policy frameworks into action. So, colleagues, ASEAN+3 region today stands at the intersection of two transformative forces, as previously emphasized by our opening speakers this morning, which reshaped our economies and societies. The first one is digital transformation and the green transition. On one hand, there is the rise of artificial intelligence, automation, and data-driven technologies. And secondly, the global shift towards climate resilience and sustainability in accelerating the demand of new types of jobs that contributes to environmental protection and energy efficiency. For ASEAN, this means that the future of human resource development must be adaptive, inclusive, and sustainable, ensuring that our workers are equipped not only with the technical competencies, but also with the demands by the new economy with agility and resilience. So ASEAN's response to these challenges is deeply anchored in regional solidarity and evidence-based policymaking through the shared frameworks, joint studies, and coordinated initiatives. So ASEAN's long-term direction is guided by the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. This was recently adopted by the ASEAN leaders last May of this year in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, which envisions a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable and innovative ASEAN community, which recognizes that the greatest asset is our people, as earlier emphasized by our colleague from Korea Polytechnic. And at the same time, that the future of the region's competitiveness depends on how we can effectively invest in skills, adaptability, and well-being. Within this vision, labor and human resource development cooperation serve as the backbone of our collective strategy. Through the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Strategic Plan, which is available in the ASEAN website, envisions ASEAN to create quality employment build social resilience, and ensure that every worker, regardless of background or skills level, can participate meaningfully in a rapidly transforming labor market. So these commitments translates into a regional focus on empowering the people through lifelong learning, green skills, and decent work opportunities, as emphasized by our colleague from the World Bank. So ASEAN's collective efforts to build a sustainable and inclusive workforce are guided by a series of high political commitments. First is the ASEAN Declaration on Promoting Green Jobs, adopted in 2018. This is the first regional declaration linking climate action, employment creation, and social justice. It underscores environmental sustainability and economic inclusion in one hand, and the other hand, ensuring that green transition contributes to decent work and poverty reduction. The second milestone is the ASEAN Declaration on HRD for the Changing World of Work, adopted in 2020, which established human resource development as an enabler of resilience and adaptability, recognizing that people must be equipped not only with expertise, but also with lifelong learning, digital literacy, and social competitiveness. So this declaration is also guided by a 10-year roadmap, a multi-stakeholder roadmap, which inspired series of cooperative programs across education, the labor, and the industry sectors. Building on these commitments, we recently adopted the joint statement on actionable plan for green jobs toward a sustainable and inclusive ASEAN workforce, which is emphasized by our Secretary General in his pre-recorded remarks. This joint statement operationalizes the vision by mandating the implementation of an ASEAN framework and action plan for a just and inclusive transition for the next 5 years. This framework provides concrete measures to strengthen policy coherence, mobilize partnerships, at the same time ensure that all member states, including Timor-Leste as a new member, can transition their labor markets into a fair, inclusive, and evidence-based manner. So allow me to highlight the framework that I earlier mentioned. So this framework is planned to be adopted by the labor ministers by the end of this year. So this framework primarily aims to guide ASEAN's collective transition to green jobs by ensuring policy coherence, capacity building, and social inclusion across all member states. It provides a structured approach for governments as well as employers and workers to manage the impacts of green transition. So the framework sets out 4 key strategic outcomes as shown in the screen. So first is policy readiness, where it aims to strengthen the readiness of labor market and education systems to support green transition. This includes integrating green objectives into employment, industrial, and environmental policies, and enhancing data and labor market intelligence, as emphasized by our colleague in World Bank. Second, the skills transformation. The shift to greener economies requires a transformation of the way our skills systems are being developed by embedding green skills and sustainability principles into TVET systems, lifelong learning programs, and qualification frameworks. Third, social justice. This focuses on protecting our workers and communities who may be displaced by industrial shifts. Particularly, as earlier presentation, there's noted that there's shift in terms of transition to brown economy. So it calls for strengthened social protection systems, active labor market programs, and gender-responsive policies to ensure that all segments of society benefits from this transition. And lastly, is partnership and financing. So transition to the green jobs cannot be achieved by the government alone. This highlights the commitment to engaging the private sector, social partners, and development partners to mobilize resources and investments. So this includes innovative financing models as well as knowledge sharing platforms for scalable So ASEAN policies, direction, and program designs are not developed in isolation. So they are guided by a growing body of regional research and evidence-based studies to translate these policy aspirations. So as shown in the screen, we have several key regional studies that are available in the ASEAN website. So allow me to highlight briefly. So first, the regional study on green jobs policy readiness in ASEAN in 2021. So this study provides the region's first comprehensive assessment of how prepared member states in terms of promoting green jobs. It found that while there is growing awareness and momentum, significant policy alignments and institutional capacity gaps remain. Second, the regional HRD study, readiness study in 2022, which is a milestone analysis that examines ASEAN's capacity to harness technology to HRD reforms. It recommended the development of an AI-enabled HRD systems, digital learning platforms, and data-driven workforce planning mechanisms to ensure more efficient policy responses. Third, the first edition of the ASEAN Employment Outlook, which highlights structural changes shaping our labor markets, particularly the rise of platform economy. It recommended strong social protection measures for non-standard forms of work, the integration of green skills into digital industries, and labor market forecasting tools that anticipate both technological and environmental shifts. Fourth, the second edition of the ASEAN Migration Outlook, which explored how environmental change and sustainability transitions will affect labor migration in the region. The outlook also guides labor mobility policies and cross-border skills recognition under the ASEAN Consensus on the Protection and Promotion of the Rights of Migrant Workers. Fifth, the promotion of business engagement models for upskilling and reskilling that was recently launched this year, which showcased innovative partnerships between TVET institutions and industry. It also documents successful models where the private sector co-designs training curricula and participates directly in terms of skills delivery. And lastly, the regional mapping of labor market information for skills and employment policies, also launched earlier this year, highlights gaps in labor market information systems, including data collection, fragmented data collection, limited institutional coordination, and weak linkage between the education and training systems and actual labor market needs. It recommended to strengthen governance, data infrastructure, and interagency coordination for LMIS and invest in real-time labor market data and skills anticipation tools, among others. So collectively, these studies illustrates ASEAN's evidence-based approach into policymaking. Over the past few years, ASEAN has moved from high-level commitments to a programmatic implementation. And the central vehicle for this work is guided by the development of the ASEAN Labor Ministers Work Program 2026 to 2030 and the work plans of its subsidiary bodies, as well as the SLOM+3, which will be adopted by earlier next year. Building upon the achievements of the current work program, the next work program integrates green jobs, digital transformation, and skills development as one of its core priorities. This integration reflects the recognition that sustainable development and technological change must go hand in hand in enabling our workforce to thrive in evolving industries. Second, the continued regional TVET industry cooperation being led by the SLOM, or the ASEAN Senior Labor Officials Meeting, and the ASEAN TVET Council, or ATC, promoting innovative collaboration with training institutions and enterprises to modernize TVET systems and embed green and digital competencies in curricula. So together, These initiatives reflect ASEAN's whole-of-system approach to ensure human resource development under a shared vision of sustainability. ASEAN also relies on whole-of-society approach, one that engages the governments, employers, workers, and partners in shaping and implementing HRD policies. At the center of this approach is tripartite engagement. ASEAN recognized that social dialogue between governments, employers, and workers is a fundamental approach to ensure that transitions are fair, inclusive, and effective. This inclusive governance structure ensures that decisions are grounded in both policy evidence and workplace realities. Equally important as well is cross-pillar coordination within ASEAN. So HRD is not only the responsibility of one sector alone, it intersects with the economic, social, and connectivity dimensions. Through coordination across the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, or ASCC, the ASEAN Economic Community, or AEC, and the ASEAN Connectivity Agenda, the labor sector is aligning its initiative with those in the education, innovation, trade, and infrastructure. For instance, the alignment between the ASEAN Digital Economic Framework Agreement, or DEFA, and the upcoming ASEAN Framework on Action Plan for Just Transition allows us to prepare workers for both digital and green transitions. The third and equally vital component of ASEAN's HRD ecosystem is development cooperation. Our region progress has been greatly accelerated through partnerships, initiatives supported by the Republic of Korea, the World Bank, the ILO, the Australia for ASEAN Future Initiatives, the GIZ Recall to Win project, and Japan's HRD cooperation, among others, have provided not only financial and technical resources, but also innovative models of skills anticipation and green jobs creation. So these collaborations are helping ASEAN to scale up pilot projects and strengthen national capacities. The future of work in the region, it is clear that the next phase of ASEAN and +3 cooperation must focus on building a sustainable and skills-ready workforce. The first priority is to embed green and digital literacy across all education and training systems, as emphasized by our World Bank colleague earlier. This means integrating environmental awareness, resource efficiency, and digital tools into curricula at every level. The second pathway is to strengthen skills anticipation through AI-based labor market and information systems. By investing in smarter, real-time labor market information systems, we can provide governments and industries with insights that are needed to align education, training, and employment policies more effectively. The third pathway is to foster inclusive transitions involving designing labor market policies that protect vulnerable groups who often face the greatest risk during economic transitions. And lastly, the fourth pathway is the enhancing the ASEAN+3 cooperation for technology-driven and sustainable HRD innovation. ASEAN has long valued the strong partnership it has together with China, Japan, and Korea in advancing skills development. Going forward, we can deepen this collaboration in areas such as digital learning technologies, green skills frameworks, and AI-enabled training tools, among others. So this is my last slide. As I conclude this presentation, allow me to reaffirm ASEAN's strong commitment to advancing a people-centered, green, and future-ready workforce. These transitions present profound challenges, but also unprecedented opportunities. They call upon us to rethink how we invest in human potential. In this regard, ASEAN stands ready to work closely with our ASEAN+3 partners, China, Japan, and Korea, to accelerate our region's human resource development transformation. This concludes my presentation, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carr. So now I'd like to open the floor for the Q&A session. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand and our staff members will deliver the microphones. So I think we don't have any questions. So thank you very much for your insightful lecture. Thank you very much. So next, we'll move on to the greening the workforce for the energy transition, integrating energy efficient and climate resilient cooling competencies into future skills development in the ASEAN region. So this session will be presented by Ms. Sirfon Parvikam, Project Director at the GIZ, overseeing ASEAN cooling, energy efficiency and climate mitigation in sectors with high cooling demand. So please give her a warm round of applause.
Good morning. Can you hear me well, right? Yeah, okay. Just to check that everyone is with me here. Good morning. My name is Siripon Pawikam. I am the project director of the ASEAN Cooling Project. My presentation, maybe you can also start with the first slide because it is quite a long title. I'm actually come from both worlds, from the TVET side, skill development side, and now also moving to the energy transition and also climate change, where the sector is now very dynamic. So my presentation would be tapping up on the technologies, energy, and also looking at the greening workforce for the energy transition. So I would like to bring both worlds, energy efficient and also climate resilient cooling competencies, because the people are also the key here, into the future skill development in ASEAN region. So, okay, perfect. Looking at the presentation, maybe because you are from human resource development sector, why cooling matter here and why we are coming also in here to support with the development cooperation. So we are working in the cooling sector. Cooling means that we are working in air condition, refrigeration, and for cooling, heating, everyone know that the consumption of energy is very high, especially in the hot season, right? And looking at ASEAN region, so in the ASEAN region, the positive side is that we have like 650 and more million population in ASEAN region, plus Timor-Leste for sure. And then we have also quite a strong dynamic growth, the economic growth rate. But looking at also the cooling market, it is also growing. But looking at the positive side, not the positive side, negative side, it could be also both. The annual electricity consumption is also higher because of the climate change, right? And then the consumption means that 50% of electricity consumption in hot summer also using for cooling. So it means that cooling sector is a fast-growing source of energy demand in ASEAN and also spanning critical sector. And what we would like to looking at is looking at the food and beverage sector and also looking at the data center, which is the fast-growing sector in the ASEAN region. Okay. So what is actually the ASEAN Cooling Project? So ASEAN Cooling Project, we have received the funding from the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, BMSAT. So the German government is actually one of the key partners in the sustainable development and also currently like now in the energy transition and also human resource development. So we have received the funding of 5 million euro And our duration starting from this year, we are very young, and also will last for 4 years. So we are working in the cooling intense industry, food and beverage, and also data center. And the country is for sure ASEAN region. We have ASEAN Secretariat as our political partner, and we will have also the pilot measures in Indonesia, in the Philippines, Vietnam, and also Thailand. So the core problem here is that, as I have mentioned in the first slide, that because of the increased high demand of the energy consumption, and energy is actually one of the main carbon emitter in this world or to the global. And apart from that, we would like also to looking at, so what could be the improved conditions, looking at both public and private sector side, and also looking at the employee side, human resource development. So therefore, the objective of this project is to improve the political, regulatory, and also entrepreneurial conditions for enhancing energy efficiency and also reducing greenhouse gas emission in the sector with high cooling demand across ASEAN member states, aligning with the goals of ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation. And when I look at the presentation also from the colleagues from World Bank and also from Mr. Ruki, I think this is also aligned with the ASEAN frameworks on the human resource development for energy transition. So how do we work here? As I've mentioned for the objectives, right? So we would like also to work with the public sector and also private sector. And as we are the regional project, we would like also to looking at the regional exchange and also regional engagement of the both public and private sector. And we have also two components where we would like also to work in the countries as I have mentioned. But for this slide, I would like to draw attention on the regional level. So for the regional level, because we are involved in the energy sector, we would like to work with the ASEAN member states where we will work with the energy efficiency subsector network, which is one of the sectoral body or working group of the ASEAN Secretariat. And we would like also to work with ASEAN Center for Energy because ASEAN Center for Energy has the mandate also to work in this energy sector. So for this one, we would like to looking at the regional strategies. Regional strategies here mean we would like to looking at the possibility of the common ground and also the minimum of the standards where every country can also implement. So we will look at the energy efficiency and also looking at the reduction of greenhouse gas emission in cooling sector and also data centers. And then on the right-hand side, where we will work also in the regional level. Here we would like to looking at the regional and global exchange, knowledge transfer, and also looking at the dissemination and engagement of the partners in ASEAN region. And we will engage both public sector sides, governmental agencies, and also business associations, and also companies as the end user. And here for this slide, I would like to stress on the national level where actually what we produce at the regional level would be take place here. So for the public sector, we were looking at what the policymakers need. They might have the mandate that they need also to implement in the next 4 years. So here we are coming in also to engage with the policy decision makers and helping them also to develop the policy instruments in the ASEAN member states, enabling environment and also looking at the possibility of climate-friendly cooling instruments, energy efficiency technology to develop also to regional strategies or develop at the country level. So for private sector, it's actually very crucial here because we will engage with the private sector association where they have they know what the demand of the industry, of the company, of their member companies. And we would like also to support the professionals, the employees, existing workforce that already have their competency and also work already in the energy sector. And we would like also to build up their capacity. The capacity here means to upgrade their technical competency, which I will highlight also in the next slides. So what does it mean here for ASEAN cooling and also greening the workforce for just energy transition? So for me, the just energy transition is that we need to work with all the partners, with all the parties. We need to work with the policy, we need to work with the private sector or private sector association, and for sure we need also to listen to the end users, the employees that working on the ground, right? So here we would like to stress on strengthening the skill of existing workforce by integrating climate mitigation competencies into the current energy-related training. I think the colleague from World Bank also mentioned about the upskilling of energy auditors. We will pay also attention here at a later stage. And also looking at the factory technical staff, what that is mean for them when they work in the energy consumption, and we would like to bring in also the climate change policy, the calculation of greenhouse gas emission for them, and also the advisory skill for them. So the second one is that we would like also to expand opportunities for national female government officers in the exposure of hand-on experience working with the regional partner international organization, and also to, so this would be, we call it the job shadowing program in the partnership with the ASEAN Center for Energy. And also looking at the future workforce side, we will also collaborate with the university, with the technical training institutions to equip future workforce or students with industry relevant green skills aligned with emerging cooling sector demand. And lastly, we will also promote regional training, knowledge exchange, global perspective for the decision makers and also the key actors to work together to exchange and also explore the new opportunities or concrete action plan together. And we would like also to ensure the inclusive participation. So as I have mentioned that, so the project is just 8 months old. So we did not have the achievement yet, but we will also slowly start and also looking at the potential of collaboration at the regional level with also the ASEAN+3 forum. And for us, we would like to stress on forward-looking human resource development. We have put the example of Thailand because we engage also right now pretty much with the policymakers in Thailand and also with the business association in green skill. So for us, I think strengthening competency of the existing and future workforce and HR development is the key success of ASEAN cooling. And we would like to work through collaboration with experts, private sector association, because they are the one who know the demand, they are the one who know also the technologies. And they know also the future competency for the young graduates. So we would like to develop the training together, industry relevant, and also green skill aligned with emerging cooling sector demand. So for the intended results that we would like to have is that we would like also to enhance competency, for example, in safe use of low GWP refrigerants in advanced green technologies, because for natural refrigerants, it is flammable. So therefore, to build up the confidence of the users, so the safe use of natural refrigerant is here very important, and the private sector business association stress on this. And as I have mentioned, that we would like also to build up the skill, advanced digital and efficient system. Here we are talking about the energy management system in the building and also factory. And the AI and other digitalization is actually the key. And for the energy auditors or the energy employee who work in the factory, they should also equip with this kind of competencies. And another one is we would like to build up the technology and also the technical part of the knowledge in cold chain management and also in sustainability. Here we are talking about maybe new job. And for sure, we would like also to ensuring the certifications. It could be the future credit, microcredit, and also the skill certification for existing and also future workforce. New curriculum means that we would like to work with the universities to build up the future workforce competencies and also to looking at the graduates in cooperation with university and also technical institution. And then what I have in mind and also align with the colleagues from World Bank is that we would like to pay attention to energy auditor. The energy auditor here in Thailand, for example, it is so we need the license for them. And so currently, the energy officer, they're looking at only reporting on the energy consumption in the factory and the company. But when it comes to climate change, the policy, NDC of Thailand, like right now we have the NDC 3.0 that announced at the COP30 this year. So what does it mean for the companies? The companies and the big factories, they need also to have the big change on not only reporting the energy consumption, but also they need to report on the calculation of the greenhouse gas emission, right? How much they produce and how much they would like to reduce. This would be the new competency for energy auditors that we would like to engage with the partners. And on top of that, they need to have also the advisory skills. They need also to be the change agent for the energy transition because they are the one who in front talking to their management. And also maybe if they are the freelance energy auditor, they might come in and also make the audit. And here, the results, they need also to bring about change by providing advisory skill and also providing the analysis, not only on energy, but also maybe on AI and also the digitalization for the factory. So this is actually the last slide of my presentation. And thank you so much. And if you have any question, I think it will be in the session 3. That I will be on stage again, and you can spare your question here and then ask me in the afternoon today.
Thank you. That would be great. So thank you very much, Mr. Phon Parvikam. Okay, please return to your seats. Thank you very much. Now we will move on to the case presentations. The theme of the session is joint initiatives for promoting green jobs in ASEAN and strategies for innovating TVET with AI and big data. First, we have Mr. In Sung Cho, head of the AI Employment Services Division at the Korea Employment Information Service. So please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Morning, everyone. I am Cho In-sung from. Since 2021, I've been involved in this program, which is in implementing today. It is my honor to introduce Korea's digital employment service in front of a wonderful delegation from different countries. And also, I'd like to thank the HRDK, MOEL, and KRIBET, and also KIEP for hosting today's event. So before I start, since 2018, I've been involved in this AI area, and the changes of the past 3 years are huge. The changes over the 3 years have been a great sources for a motivation for me. And now it is leading the changes in our society. So the employment and employment service, the direction should be a very important question that we need to try to find the answer. So the digital employment service that Korea is working on, I'd like to introduce a little about it. And then I will move on to the database service that we are planning to create in the future. So I will briefly introduce that too. And then I will conclude my presentation with our future plan. So before we started the AI service, we need to talk about the data, of course. So we are working with MOEL, and we are collecting and integrating a huge data regarding the employment. That was back in 2018 that we created a digital employment system. So from there, we created a AI matching, and now we are supporting a job care service. And this employment service, and it has a different services, and those services have been integrated into one platform that I'm going to produce today. So let me start by introducing a DES. In the past, the job information was mainly managed by the HRD system, and there is a EIS system as well. And also the job seeking platform was kind of handled by the WorkNet. And those different services have been integrated into two, that is a DES. So for example, when there's a job seeker, they got they need to do the job seeking activities, and that is the main theme of our system. But if that job seeker is applying for a support grant from the government, and they need to connect to the WorkNet, and they need to prove the job activities of the job seeking. But now they need to only connect to the Job Employment 24, and they can apply for the government support, and also they can do the job seeking activities as well. So the Korean national in the future can have a DES 24 to use a different services for looking for jobs. Then now let me introduce National Job Information Platform. Internally, we have all the data integrated, and then that information can be provided to the job seekers and industries through the database. And also the HRD case information, their certification information can be included and integrated into the master database. So by using this database, we can analyze the different information in labor market. And by using the AI technology, we are elaborating and advancing this system as well. So this is the simple visualization of the National Job Information Platform data architecture. So we do have a different information about the individual, and also different information about the company, like the grants or other employment insurance information. So these are very good to analyze the information of the individual, and the design is optimized to analyze and diagnose those information. So this platform, based on the information, we started with the job recommendation service. So by analyzing the job descriptions, we try to find out what kind of capabilities are needed for that job description. And also, we try to come up with capabilities. What kind of capabilities are needed for a certain job? What is important here is to analyze a person's capability and also the demand by the industrial side. And for that matter, we use the NCS. That we call this job description data dictionary. And we also call it description ontology. And also, when there's a jobs, when a people might be interested, we provide a kind of Amazon shopping mall concept of the information where they can access. So we analyze their online behavior and patterns and provide areas for interest that they might be having. So based on last year, the number of people who applied surpassed 101 million, and out of them, 100,000 people got job through this system. Now we do have a job care service. As the Mr. Lee Woo-young mentioned, and he actually greatly provided great advice to this process as well. So when we were working on this job care system, we have faced many challenges because the technologies have been changing rapidly, and how the job seekers should respond, and what kind of information should we provide so that they can better manage their career, or they can transfer into a better job opportunities. Those were the questions that we had in our mind. So from that perspective, we concluded that we need to provide a timely information. And also, we provided a counselor services. They provided a recent technology and trend, but it was difficult for them to be updated. So we try to support them so that they can upgrade and enhance their counseling capabilities. That is the reason why we come up with this job care service. So from students and youth and job seekers, and also those who are looking for another job opportunities, are the targets of the job care system. So we first start with analyzing job description and capabilities, and based on that, we recommend a potential job, and based on that job recommended, we analyze the gap that that job seeker has or doesn't have, and support that person to develop these lacking capabilities. And also, when a job seeker got a job, but then that person does not have a capabilities, if that person does not have the capabilities, or if that person is not satisfied with the salaries or other benefits, then we provide a possible solution for that. That is what job care service does. So job care service, we do have two functions. It is not for the general public, because general public, they have to actually enter into their information. But we do have a job care for counseling support, who are actually visiting to our centers and can get a service from the job care service. So this is the job care service screen. So there is a user analysis where job capabilities are analyzed. And this a visualization here shows the analysis of trainings and educations that a certain person have received, and what kind of jobs can match for that capabilities. And the second one shows the labor market trend, which provides a salary information or industrial trend so that the person, the job seeker, can be better informed. And then lastly, on the right side is a recommendation column where the jobs can be recommended to a job seeker. And if there's any lacking capabilities, that information can also be informed to a job seeker. So this is what you see for the job care service when you use a PC. So basically, users can have access through PC or mobile phone. And counseling, the differences from the counseling service, this is very user-friendly. The interface is very user-friendly. And now the ongoing project. Currently, we are seeing a development of LM development, and based on this technology, we thought that we may come up with more AI services. So from last year, we selected a 7 different pilot projects. Now we are implementing those pilot projects. For the company who are looking for workers, we do provide a supporting service. So the HRD, the person in charge of the HRD, they should upload a job description, but which is not easy. But big companies or big conglomerates, HRD person are more specialized in this kind of job, but people from SME companies might be lacking those capabilities. So that is the area where we provide support. Because of time constraint, let me expedite a little further. And next, we do have a analyzing service. So that is a employment probability model. And there's an unexpected events in this job seeking case. So we provide different solutions to actually validate those cases and to resolve such cases. And from the job seeker's perspective, we do have a adaptive occupational psychology test along with calculating job probability. And in order to increase that probability, we provide a counseling service. This is one of the pilot projects as well. Also, for vocational training can be recommended by this service as well. And lastly, we do have a matching part here where a lot of job seekers and job service centers are using. However, recommending the human resources should be the area where we need to enhance further. And maybe kind of summarizing the information on the resume or providing more recommendation services could be another area that we can enhance in this matching part. So as I mentioned earlier, as we integrating the AI technology, we are learning a lot too. But what we realize is that AI should never be at the center of attention. It should be always humans who should be at the center. And humans should be having control over AI. And that is a direction that DES will evolve in the future. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhou. He mentioned that our strategy should be people-centered, not AI or technology-centered. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. The microphone will be delivered to you. Any questions on the floor? 네, 팀장님 감사합니다. 질문이 없는 관계로
Thank you very much.
넘어가도록
Since we do not have any
하겠습니다.
questions, we will go to the
Thank you
next
very much,
speech.
Mr. Cho. Please give him a round of applause once again. So now, our second case presentation will be delivered by Ms. Rola Haliana, Sub-Coordinator for Facilitating Cooperation Development at the Ministry of Manpower, Indonesia. So she will speak on renewable skills development in Indonesia, current progress and challenges. Please join me in giving her a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much. 안녕하세요. Good morning. Distinguished Director General, President of HRD Korea, distinguished ASEAN member state, ladies and gentlemen. Can I see my presentation, please? First of all, thank you for this opportunity for me to share about the renewable energy skills development in vocational training center in Indonesia. So energy transition is to support Astacita number 2, which is strengthening the country defense and security system and encouraging national independence through self-sufficiency in food, energy, water, creative economy, green economy, and blue economy. So Astacita is the 8th main missions under President Prabowo agenda, which emphasizes national self-reliance. So I just want to share you a little bit about Indonesia in a glance. So you may see that Indonesia, based on the data from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, each big islands in Indonesia, from Sumatra to Papua, has abundant renewable energy from solar, wind, geothermal, bioenergy, and ocean. You can see on the screen, each of the island has a really huge potential renewable energy that really right now is not very full utilization in Indonesia. And then this is also the data that the green job opportunity for the next 10 years is really big in Indonesia. You may see, especially for solar and also for hydro. And this is the strategic programs of Indonesian government for the solar energy development, which are the rooftop PV and large-scale PV and floating PV, and also for hydro energy development. Yes, I just give a little bit background about this. So from the previous data that I share, we can see that the job opportunities in the renewable energy sector is very large and will continue to grow rapidly in the future. Therefore, the availability of competent workers in the renewable energy sector is very crucial. However, you may see on the screen that right now the Indonesian labor condition based on the data on the February 2025 shows that the most of the working age population are secondary school graduates or under. Therefore, should be efforts made by the government of Indonesia to improve the competence of Indonesia human resources. One of the effort is through vocational training. However, I would like to inform in this event that in Indonesia, technical vocational training and education vocational is separated by two different ministries. So in this opportunity, I would just explore more about the vocational training. So why is the vocational training? There are some of the reasons. First is the duration of the training relatively short, and then no age limitation for training participants, and then inclusive for all the groups, oriented towards job placement, entrepreneurship, and productivity development, adaptable training programs aligned with the job market demands, and then it will be trained by the professional instructor, and it align also with the required competency and can be combined with other social safety net programs. So in Indonesia, there are 21 Indonesian Vocational Training Center which are directly managed by the Ministry of Manpower. From Aceh to Papua, we have 21 vocational training center, and actually there are additional 13 small centers, and there will be another 13 training center which are ongoing process. Back to the topic, so having the challenges in preparing the competent human resource in renewable energy sector, Ministry of Manpower of Indonesia together with Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources and also Ministry of Higher Education have had collaboration with the support from the government of Swiss in the project called Renewable Energy Skills Development. This project was started in 2022 and currently phase 2 is ongoing. There are three components on this project, which are formal education, non-formal education, and supporting activities. Formal education will be under the Ministry of Higher Education, so they create or they develop the new program for the renewable energy in the Polytechnic, and then the non-formal education, which is under my Ministry of Manpower in the Vocational Training Center, and the third component is supporting activities like the publication and etc. So under this project, in phase 1, there are 4 vocational training centers involved, which are Banda Aceh Vocational Training Center, Ternate, Ambon, and Lombok Timur. And in phase 2, there are another 5 VTCs are involved, which are Padang, Samarinda, Surakarta, Makassar, and Sorong, and 1 vocational training center under the Ministry of Energy. So under this program, there are 2 training programs developed, which are solar PV technician and micro hydro technician. For whom this program is for graduates of high school and for job seeker or employees. And since the project is quite new, so the output for the first batch now 186 participants, and for the micro hydro is still ongoing. Why the output is quite small? Because under our vocational training center, it is free, so the participant do not have to pay anything, and it's also based on our resources, our own budget. However, during the implementation, we do also have challenges of this project. First, the awareness of the renewable energies in Indonesia is still low. So there is the understanding of the emerging profession in the renewable energy, and their associated career pathway is also low. And the second, the cultural factor is in Indonesia, where parents played a dominant role in determining the type of training or education chosen by the family. So the family or the parents do not have any understanding about the emerging of the new job opportunity in the renewable energy. So when their children go to our vocational training center, usually their parents prohibited them to choose the solar PV or the micro hydro training program. And the third one, language-related challenges, as renewable energy training involving new technology is often delivered in foreign languages, requiring translators or additional language support. And then the fourth one, limited access, particularly due to the concentration of job opportunities in major cities, while vocational trainees are often reluctant to relocate for employment. And 5, insufficient supporting soft skill with gaps particularly evident in discipline and communication. So these are some strategic collaboration that the government of Indonesia take to make the renewable energy become more popular, and the job opportunities in Indonesia for the renewable energy can be more, and the competent workers can be have job in that sector. The first, state-owned entrepreneur and private sector. So carrying out business activities in power generation and fuel, supporting services, job creation, contribution to state revenue and economic activities. And then we do have collaboration with media to educate the public about the importance of renewable energy and disseminating government programs to the public. And then for the government, we develop policy, regulation, national standards, coaching, and supervision, as well as facilitator in the development of renewable energy. And then for the society and NGO, the NGO acts as a balancer and partner for the government to provide advocacy assistance to the community to conduct positive campaign and actively participate in the development of renewable energy. And for the researchers and academics, creating innovation in the renewable energy sector that can be directly utilized by the community, improving the quality of human resources and encouraging the technology transfer. Yeah, I think that's all that I could share for you. So lastly, hopefully by this forum, it could be a catalyst to explore more collaboration between member states and also Republic of Korea, as well as the World Bank and other international partners to promote in just transition and AI transformation in ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lola Hariliana. So now again, we open the floor for the Q&A session, but it seems nobody has any questions every time. Okay, so you can freely ask questions each other and communicate during lunch break. So that concludes session 1. It's been a long morning, so I'm sure you're ready for lunch. Lunch has been prepared and will be served at your seat. So please stay your seats and please enjoy your meal. We will resume our afternoon session at 1:40 p.m. after the lunch break. Thank you very much.
거기다요? Hello, can you turn on your screen and we can check. Hello, can you turn on your microphone and say something? Yeah, we can hear you well, and we're going. Can you share your screen so it can be go live on the screen we're using right now? So, do you want us to share? Okay, we're checking right now. Please wait a moment.
그러니까 제가 이 사람이 넘기는 거 봐야 돼서 그래서 샤워를 하라고 한 거고 그거는 제가 볼 거니까 그 화면에 그대로만
Okay.
고정해서요. 네, 이렇게만 해서 그냥 해주면 될 것 같아요. 그래요?
Please wait for a moment.
네, 그렇게 해주셔야 돼요. 네.
Can you share again because we're trying to check some connections?
제가 핸드폰 네, 네, 네.
Is it going next by because you pressed it or it's going very fast? Yeah, can you share it again? Uh, so you have to share it from now. Like keep turn the screen on because we need to see if you press the next page. We need to press next page automatically here too. So can you share the page from now until your presentation? So turn the screen on when you start until you end your presentation. Don't turn it off. Can you play it again? I don't know why, but let us try. 저렇게 화면이 지금 자동으로 계속 넘어간대요.
자동으로? 넥스트 하라 그래. 그럼 넥스트 하라 그래.
Okay, so 그럼 스크린 화면 안 해도 돼요?
하지 말고.
Okay, so it's going very fast automatically, right? So yeah. So let's do it this way. Do not share it. If you just say next, we will press the next here so the presentation slides can go. So when you are saying it, you have to say next if you want to show the next slide. So please be careful to not press the share button because if you press it, it will go automatically very fast. So please remember to say next if you want to go on to the next slide so we can press next here.
직접 공유하면 안 될까요?
근데 지금 공유해봤는데요.
네.
화면이 자동으로 엄청 빨리 넘어가요. 그래서 시스템적으로 불가능하고요.
이분께 지금 설명이 죄송해요. 저 이 세션 모더레이터거든요. 네네.
16대 9입니다.
Hi, Professor Yang. This is Hayeon. Hello. How are you? Thank you. Professor Yang, so they told me there's some challenge in the sharing screen from your end. So would it be okay if we control from our side? Okay. Wonderful. Professor Yang, do you need any other assistance for your presentation? Okay. Wonderful. Yes. And Professor Yang, would it be okay if you can join us our panel and the Q&A session right after following your presentation? Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. So I will. So I will be the moderator of the panel discussion. So. Sure. I will prepare and then share it with you. Thank you. 혹시 다른 또 필요한 체크 부분 없을까요? 체크할 건 없으시고요. 네. 네. 비디오 켜면 되는 거죠. 네. Thank you, Professor Yang. Then we'll see you very shortly. Okay. I will ask them to share. 저 혹시 이분 PPT 지금 한번 쉐어 스크린 해봐도 괜찮을까요? 한번 테스트 해보고 싶다 그러셔서. 네.
자동으로 넘어가져가지고 그래서 쉐어를 안 하기로 얘기를 했어요.
그래서 저희가 쉐어한 스크린 한번 더 확인하고 싶다.
그래서 중계 올려주세요. 여기
Professor Yang, the one that you shared by WeChat, that's the latest one, right? Okay. Yeah, I shared this with the organizer.
잠깐 나가는 거 괜찮지 않을까요? 볼 사람
So we will share your slides now.
짧게만.
Professor Yang, would this be okay? Okay. Thank you. Okay. We'll see you shortly. 네. Yeah, it will start very soon. 저희 1시 40분에 바로 시작할까요? 네. So it's going to be 12:40 Beijing time. Thank you. See you very soon. Thank you, Professor Yang.
시작 좀 멘트 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? 마이크 좀 켜주세요. So may I have your attention, please? A brief announcement before we begin. A 2025 ASEAN+3 HRD Forum will begin shortly. So please make your way to the venue and take your seats. Thank you once again for your cooperation. 네, 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. ASEAN+3
May I have your attention,
HRD
please? The
포럼이 곧
2025
시작할
ASEAN+3
예정입니다.
HRD Forum
여러분께서는
will
장내로
resume
입장하셔서
shortly.
모두
Please
착석해
return to the
주시기
venue and
바랍니다.
take your seat.
잠시 후
Thank you for your
시작하겠습니다.
cooperation.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. So, you're now joining us for the afternoon session of the 2025 ASEAN+3 HRD Forum. Now we will begin session 2 on the theme Quality TVET and Lifelong Learning for Fostering Future Talents. The case presentations in this session will focus on modernizing TVET systems and fostering talents for future skills demands. Our first presentation will be delivered by Professor Junyoung Kim from Korea Polytechnics. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here at the ASEAN+3 HRD Forum. I am Kim Junyoung from Hankuk Polytech University. Thank you for inviting me today again. Today, I'd like to express my gratitude to the MOEL, HRDK, and also I'd like to welcome other delegates from different countries. So now let me introduce a vocational education at Korea Polytechnics for fostering creative and convergent talents. So in the advent of the fourth industrial revolution, we need a new paradigm. So in the past, it was more simpler, where the memorizing facts and information was important, but that does not apply anymore today. Now we need a more creative and convergent talent, and for that matter, we need an effective policy. So for that end, the Korea Polytechnics are working on that direction, and we are trying different ways, and one of them includes a learning factory and 꿈 Dream workshop for implementing a lifelong learning for Korean citizens. So we are having a advanced technology and equipment, and we provide that in open spaces where general students and general publics can have access to actually try to have try their creativity. So those are the innovative platform, I would like to say. So this presentation includes the background information of the learning factory and use cases. So before I begin, let me briefly introduce Korea Polytechnics. So we do have 35 campuses, 5 training centers, and 1 high school nationwide. It is the largest university in scale in terms of the vocational university. As you see on the map, around the school, around Seoul, there are a lot of schools, but we do have other campuses in countryside as well, because different local governments have different interests. Some local governments has higher interest in steels and shipbuilding, and then they need a different talents. So as a state-owned university, we have a closer cooperation with the local governments as well. So here I brought 4 advantages or 4 strengths of the Korea Polytechnics, because we provide the best learning environment. We do have outstanding faculties. We have around 1,200 professors working in polytechnics, and the first requirements for them to work in this university is to have an actual field-based experience, because we believe that that kind of information is really important to provide a needed education and training. And we are more practice oriented. And secondly, we we provide an emerging technology and advanced technology as well. Be it AI, semiconductors, and others, we try to integrate these new technologies into our training and education program. That is the reason why we can actually we can meet the speed of the demands from the industrial sector. And thirdly, we provide the all-time learning opportunities, meaning users can learn anywhere and any time. They can study daytime and nighttime and during the weekends as well. And lastly, but not least, we provide a company-tailored programs. If the industry has problems of securing a needed technology, we try to support that, and also we provide a training that meets the needs of the incumbent workers of the companies. So having a close and ongoing communication with the companies, we have a better understanding of what kind of talents that they need and they want. And we also have a national certification and qualification that we provide a relevant education training. So as you can see on the left side, the pink shows a craftsman, and right next to it, we do have an industrial engineer. So more information about that is provided on the right side. So now let me focus on the department that I'm working for. So the factory that you see on the screen has a robots and the conveyor belts that move around the cars. So these are actually the work that the graduates from university and graduate school will work for. But in our university, this kind of environment is set up and provided where students actually can try and learn 24 hours a day. So those students who are studying in Smart Factory department, they can have access to this kind of setup. So there are three qualifications that companies need in this area, which is the engineering and safety, industrial safety and production automation engineering. So in our university, 2-year course, we provide a relevant education so that students can have the kind of certification requirements. So now let me move on to Learning Factory a little more. So in the past, people usually needed just one major, but that does not apply today anymore. So in the past, people work for the only white collar, or blue collar, but now it should be like integrated together as a new color. So as we have a smart factory, it doesn't require a lot of people. And more people tend to work in the office doing the monitoring of the factory. So they can work on their Excel files and they can be able to modify simple programs. So the people who used to be called as a blue collar needs a capability as a white collar as well. So now you see I'm wearing a Nike sneakers, which was not really a fashion trend in the past, but today it looks cool. That's the reason why I'm wearing like that today. So we have changes in social background and university responses. And also that is the reason why we need the AI convergent talent who can create ideas. So that is the main point when we introduce this learning factory. And we try to be quick to respond this. In the past, there was a wars between different departments, but right now, those wars are kind of torn down. Because if a student wants, that student can go to different department to learn other things there. And secondly, there should be an open space where students from different departments can come together and share their ideas. So that means that they can actually do the self-directed learning by themselves. So we have done a lot of studies before we came up with a learning factory. One of them is Rose Herman University, Institute of Technology in the United States, and Ruhr universities in Germany. And we believe that these programs that we create should have relevance with the companies in the business sector. That is the reason why we try to communicate different companies when we were working on corporate certifications. One example is Samsung. They actually stayed together with us for 3 weeks when we come up with a corporation certification for the craftsmen. And as a result, these are the companies who have highly recognized the corporate certifications by Korea Polytechnics. So if you ask what the learning factory is, I would just say it is an open space where everybody, be it students and the general publics or the seniors, can come and enjoy and try the devices and tools in this space. And there they can create more ideas. They can enjoy whatever and however they want. So they can actually do the self-directed learning. So if you look at the pictures here, to graduate the university, we need to students are required to come up with their own product. So for that matter, we do have a space where a miniaturized entire processing line is set up. Those space includes or has laser cutters, 3D printers, welding machines, and woodworking tools, and others. And also, we are combining learning factory and smart factory. So on the left, we see the equipment which has 8 industrial robots. So it is kind of a miniature version of the small and medium-sized company. So when there is a golf ball was produced, be it Nike or Adidas, so it should be sorted by colors and it could be packed into the boxes according to the colors or the markings and according to the predetermined quantities before it was delivered to the customers. So all these processes are realized in this small space. And on the right side, we have a machining center. So this is a processing machine. So we can download the design and transfer it to a different endpoint. For example, it can actually communicate with the space in Gwangju and come up with a prototype by communicating in remote way. So I was actually involved in making Creative Convergence Technology Center in Gwangju. And the Gwangju campus has created according to this layout. So this is 330 pyong. And there's another space where the follow-up work can be taking place. And there's also offices, as you can see. This is the entrance of the Creative Convergence Technology Center, and the other is makeup spaces. So as you see, the lighting hanging from the ceiling is quite different. Actually, the career break woman can be experiencing in making this kind of lightings as well. So that is another opportunity for them. And this is a learning factory where we do have a different machines like a CNC machines. In the past, it was a material room, but we realized that there's high demand in the welding facilities and space. That is a reason why we kind of changed that place into this kind of space. So all those different machines, and there's a VR center, VR zone where industrial safety can be experienced. So you might ask, is this only for the Korea Polytech students? 4 years back, when we were having a COVID-19, there was one person who made a visit to our university. This person brought the first picture, and that person said that I would like to create a violin by making use of the garbage. And that person actually mentioned that he wants to use the used PET bottle. And then, when the violin was made by PET bottle, the sound was not quite nice. And then I was walking by, and there's a elementary schools enjoying the Lego block in making space. So I thought Lego blocks could be very hard, and there's a lot of garbages of the Lego blocks. So why don't we get all those thrown away Lego blocks and then make it into a material where we can create a violins or other musical instruments. That is how we came up with this kind of small orchestra, by using this kind of different musical instruments. So we were invited by different festivals, and also that person making reference to the Korea Polytechnics whenever that person does the interview with a different media. And we are really enjoying that kind of recognition. Let's take a listen of this violin. So you can watch the rest of the video on YouTube. Because of time constraint, I will speed up a little bit. So a lot of people actually visit Learning Factory, and because of that, we need a appropriate administration system, and that is the reason why we have this Dream workshop. So anyone from Korea or other foreign visitors can have access to our universities and try different things. So it is a very open space. So Learning Factory and Dream workshop has the synergy effect. The Creative Center in Gwangju campus are having around 16,000 visitors. So changes. In the beginning, we might be to get the questions, why is this university making this kind of space? So we did not have only positive reaction, but 5 years now, it has become the biggest open space where elementary, middle, and high school students can come and visit and try their ideas. And they can get support for their own work and competition as well. And also the senior citizens and career break women have an opportunity to obtain certifications and link to re-employment. The first people that you see in line in Learning Factory is actually those people in the junior citizens and senior citizens. So In the beginning, our goal was to create a creative convergence talent. And what should we do? That was our question. So, as I mentioned, we do have a project subject where students are expected to come up with their own product to graduate. And we provide a AI-driven or AI-based subjects and topics where industry stakeholders want. So in conclusion, because of this learning factory, we are enjoying high recognition in Korea, and each and every local government has a highly recognized our campus. So in that way, we are contributing to that reason as well. So Korea Polytechnics are actually special purpose university. And with that goal, we are contributing to improving student competencies and pushing up the employment rate, which was actually 80% or higher. So this is the photo that I'm having on my KakaoTalk. So I actually created a small playground by using a rope. And back then I had some dream which I have been forgetting. But now I'm having this picture to remind myself of that dream that I had in the past. And it is my honor to share my story today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim, for sharing your insightful lecture. So next up, we will open the floor to the Q&A session. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. We will deliver you the microphones. Maybe we don't have any. So we will move on to the next step. The second presentation will be delivered by Mr. Chon Barath, Deputy Director of Department of Policy and Strategy. So at the Ministry of Labor and Vocational Training, Cambodia, he will present a case of TVET programs for youth, low income, and vulnerable families for lifelong learning in Cambodia. Please join me in giving him a warm round of applause.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity for here and to join the forum on reimagining human resource system innovating and for sustainable future. My session is focused on quality on TVET and lifelong learning. In the case, I would like to take out one of my lifelong learning program. It's called TVET 1.5 million program. It's the program which for youth and the poor from vulnerable family. This program, so I will present on three main parts. The first part, I will introduction on that program, the progress of program and assessment and way forward of the program. Before move on, I would like to express my Cambodia vision for in 2030 and 2050. We have a long vision to become upper medium country and also the high income country. That's why we need high quality and skilled human resources and competent labor force for develop our country. Move on to this, I will highlight that Cambodia population and education. Cambodia now is around more than 17 million people and population age, working age around more than 12 million people, but they can employ around 9.9 million people. But if you move to the education side, you will saw that see that the education is still difficult. Non-complete primary school and non-education totally around 43.7. That is the low education in Cambodia. And the government need to support, provide cash flow assist to around 730 million families. Sorry, 70,000 family that we need to provide the cash assist for the family. And the program is the one of the program in Cambodia that have at least provide one skill to the youth and poor vulnerable family, as well as those from informal and formal sector economy, so that they can find a job and self-employed. I would like to brief of the program. The program is called 1.5 million youth and from poor and vulnerable family across country at the Tibet institution, which free of charge and monthly allowance, which initiated by Samdech Hun Sen, and it also announced in the first primary meeting in Council of Ministers on August 24 as the one of the 6 priority program for Royal Cambodia. And this program was launching in Cambodia for Ministry of Labor and Vocational Training on June 15, 2024. It's just 2 years that we're launching the program. And the program is, we have 2 target groups. The first target group for youth from the age 15 to the oldest, for the poor and vulnerable family across the country that enable to join training free and get monthly stipend. And also for the second group is for the worker vulnerable people who are not from the poor or vulnerable family, but the such women, people, disability, dropout student, unemployed people, in remote or return migration worker, engineer people. They are be able to join the training, but they not receive monthly support. But those students who can get this program, the first they can free of charge, they don't have any to pay. They can get a stipend around $70 per month. And they have career counseling and job information that they can provide a job during the working and after they complete the course. They have internship as this and bridgeable. They can continue their study after the formal study, after they complete the course. And they need to provide the skill need in current and future labor market need. Another one, for the last one, they also have job opportunity and to get a job and to can self-employ. So it is the process of the program. The program, before we starting, we need to identify priorities, skill, and we prepare the training plan. The first stage, Tibet institution need to develop a training plan with stakeholder like private sector, government authority, and also some stakeholder that relate to province from study and find out the priority skill in the province. And second, we need to advertising and enrollment. And the third is processed by managing a training and certificate process. And we also have like consultation service, labor market information, that provide to the student during the study and also before the study and after the study. And we have many of the project. We can know that how success of project can complete. During that, we have board of project. We have ministry board, the institution board, and also the company committee board of the TVET institution. Before we look into the prior subject that we will provide, we looking on this infrastructure and also training equipment and also everything in the school for the basic information that we're starting for training. And also we develop training standard training package and also the technical instructor that we need to look the all information that we will provide the course in TVET institution. For registration, it is for registration, we have many ways that a student can enroll. The first, we can go by two ways. We go to the website of ministry, or we can go to the app we call TVET app 1.5 million that they can register in that program. And second is they can register in 37 public TVET institutions. And the third, they can register in Department of Labor Vocational Training in each capital province. And the last, we have 14 job centers in capital province and 5 mobile job center of National Employment Agency. So there are many ways that the most they can register for that program. And the schedule, we have flexible schedule. We study around 4 months, 6 months, and more than 6 months. We flexible according to the time that they select. For Monday, from morning, afternoon, and evening, and Saturday and Sunday. So for this flexible schedule, enable to all the worker and also poor and vulnerable group that can join the program. And we also prioritize on 10 sectors that Ministry of Labor and Ministry of Economic identified that is the main sector that we for developed country. The first sector is construction. Second is power and energy sector. The third is electronic sector and cooling and heating sector and manufacturing sector. And mechanics and auto mechanic sector, tourism, service, and agriculture and business ICT. The 10th sector is really priority, and the most TVET institution is provides the skill according to this 10 priority sector. For planning, TVET we have one strategy action plan that we call TVET DG TVET Strategy Action Plan for transform TVET system response to industrial revolution 4.0 digital economic and society and green economic. The first program, the first strategy is strengthen the system of governance and management of TVET sector through digital technology. Second is improve the quality of TVET by combining employability skill and adaptability skill, and technology and green skill. The third is strengthening and expanding training and for skilled workforce to promote economic social development policy. And the fourth is promote public-private to ensure the sustainability of training program. And the last part is strengthening research, innovation, and applied technology. That is the strategy that we process for success of our program. For progress of program, we start from 2024 and 25. The enrollment for 2 years is around 114,112 for enrollments, and for graduate is around 72,322, and they can employ, so they can have a job around 35,677. So this is the number that from TVET side for program 1.5 million. And for the sector that they all highly enrollment is business and IT sectors. And for the lowest is powers and energy sector. Because like Cambodia is not much on the, it's not much on that powers and energy sector. We much focus on construction, business, ICT, and tourism, and the most they register the registration in this sector. For students who have like complete the subject and they have the job by the sector, so the most they complete like construction and ICT for construction, but they have my job, and also they have like salary. For promotion and advertising, so in order to reach out that program to all the villagers and also poor and vulnerable group, so we also produce a lot of video clip for announce our program. We working closely with community and Sangkat or commune that we spread the information of program to all the village, and we post on social media, and also we provide 24 training session for to promote that program, and we also like advertise through any social media to participate in, and also the producer many list platform promote that program to the villager. This this the image that we working together with during that process of training, and for the key success from that project, we have also like around 384 TVET institutions which register in TVET every now, and 37 is public institute, and 73 is private TVET institution, and 24 is NGO and association, and 121 is NGO and association. And the last that for the curriculum, we have like 222 qualification that we have developed, and we have technical trainers around 1,136 technical trainers, and we also develop like digital TVET digitalization. We have TVET Mix, TVET e-learning platform, ERPL, and TVET 1.5 program. that digitalize this can help for student registration. We have e-learning that can access for join to read more lesson in here. We have other platform that student can learn by digital. Moreover, we also have like teacher training around for this year around 927 technical teachers that's supported by government and also development partner. Besides that, we have also signed memorandum with private sector around 428 for getting student internship, also the get student to work. So for assessment, we also have like assessment to that program. The first we assessment the number of student information by age, gender, and family status. We found that from pool 1, pool 2, I think that in Cambodia we regard pool 1 is for the poor. I mean, second is his second poor, and also the rich family, and also the youth outside informal economic. So for poor 1, it's around 24% and who attend the class. And for poor 2 is 40%, and for the rich family, it's 25%. We found that before this starting that program, the most is unemployed. They have like 3% is self-employed, and 84% is don't have a job, and 13% have job before they starting the program, they join the program. So during they join the program, we found that from June to December, we found the difference between the effective of the program. From June, there's around 12% who have a job, but during December, we found that 75% who can get a job. And the salary is, mean that they can get the salary between $100 and $200, around 79.7%. And it is that program that we want to encourage that poor and vulnerable for get a job. For job type and using skill bread. So during that we assessment on that they use that job for working or not. And for our question is to they use a job is around they learn that subject and use that subject for work is around 70.4%, and use a little skill around 13.9%, and they learn that subject and don't use the subject around 15.6%. That is the after we have evaluation, and for the total of certification of the project, we found that 99.9% that they said they satisfy with that project, that program. So even we have more success on that project, we also face some challenge at the same time. The first challenge is number of target students is still low because we focus on 1.5 million as the youth and from poor and vulnerable, but the most is low, it's around 4% that attend our TVET 1.5 program. And students who drop out rate during study is still high, around 5% during the study. And student internship also have the end issue. Around more than 15% that they drop out, they don't attend the internship program. For employment rate of the student demand, I think remain low. Even like we found that 75% they can get a job, but we still not success of our target is around 18 or 19 target for students who have a job. And also the last issue is the participant from TVET institution and stakeholder. It still, the cooperation between TVET institution and stakeholder, private sector, and also authority is still limited, that we still the issue of the program. So in order to move forward this program, we will focus on TVET sector must reform and modelize, transform into following area. The first, we need to improve the quality of training by corporate blended learning method into teaching method which can help students become more independent and confident. Second, we need to develop more curriculum and upgrade standardized training material in response to the workers' market demand and future development for new technology. And the third, we need to strengthen public-private partnership, but not only public-private partnership, we need to engage from parents, stakeholder community to ensure long-term funding to support for TVET. And we need to have more research on TVET program that we can access more. And also we need to prepare like planning for cooperation with authority, government and local authority for produce a right and need for sector or skill that need by the province and also by the company. Others, cooperation between enterprise and institution, factory, and also to complete the training course. Lastly, we still encourage institution and stakeholder for all level to participate together to promote a training program and benefit among youth from all level to for the vulnerable and poor family. So that's all for my presentation. I think yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director. So again, it's time for questions, but I believe there is nothing. So, okay, let's move on to the next presentation. Thank you very much, Deputy Director. Please return to your seats. Thank you very much. So it's time to the third presentation, and our third presentation will be delivered by Professor Po Yang, Associate Professor at the Graduate School of Education, Peking University, China. So she will speak on evidence-based TVET reform for future skills, insights from China's skills transformation. And our next speaker will be joining us remotely and delivering the presentation via Zoom. So let's watch it together on the screen.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. This is my big honor to participate the 2025 ASEAN+3 HRD Forum. This is Po Yang from Peking University, China. This is really my third time to participate in the HRD forum jointly with the World Bank. It's really fascinating experiences for me. Today, I want to share our recent Tibet policy reform in China and also some of the research me and my colleagues in Peking University conducted about the efficiency of the programs. Before I start my presentation, I just want to highlight two very important facts. One is China was holding the largest vocational education system right now in the world. So Chinese experiences may be unique because we have a quite unique kind of population and also the policy context. The second, I think this is very important to discuss today, is about the future skills.
Recording in progress.
This presentation, second presentation from Korea and also from Cambodia, highlight perfectly. It's quite important not only to have a TV system, but also relevant for the future. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. So before I go to introduce Chinese policy and also the national skill formation systems, I just want to share a little bit what a Chinese vocational education institution look like. This is a flagship university called Shenzhen Polytechnic University in Shenzhen. For those who have been visited Shenzhen, you might notice this is one of the China's most high-tech or technology concentrated vocational universities. They established about 30 years ago. Now it's actually hosting 10 applied research centers, include Hoffman Institute of Advanced Materials, Institute of Internet of Things. Actually, it's more than half the faculty member there actually have the PhD degrees and also collaborating with students in applied science field. Next slide, please. This is just a very interesting visit I had with some faculty member from Harvard University Business School. So this is the called Future Technology, School of Future Technology, actually founded by Professor Li Zexiang from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. He actually come to this vocational institution and also try to train the high-level engineer talents for the future. So the school actually have a very small population of faculty and students on a one-to-one basis. So the students work on consumer electronics, smart healthcare, and intelligent manufacturing, and together doing the research / learning together with a faculty member. Next, please. There are other couple of examples from other regions. This is from Jiangsu provinces, where China has a high concentration of modern manufacturing industry. So you can see students work in different kind of environment. The key observation here is many of the students working both in the schools, also in the factories. So students can switch between the different kind of locations, between the school-based training and also workplace training. So it is also characteristics of the high quality programs here in China. Next, please. How about the young university, the young vocational institutions in China? So I give you an example called Shenzhen City Polytechnic. It's upgraded from a technician school to vocational institution polytechnic last year, 2024. So within the last couple of years, the school already won the world skill competition, actually hold 2022 in South Korea. So the two students actually win the gold medal in the digital games and also cloud computing. So for a young university or young institution like this, I think this is quite extraordinary because this city polytechnic work extensively with Huawei and other partner companies. So this is a typical Chinese examples where the vocational education work closely with the industry to train for the future skills. Next, please. So today I'm going to discuss firstly what's the main characteristics of the Chinese skill formation system, and then talk about some recent reforms tailoring to educating the future skills. Next, please. Next, please. And next, thank you. Next, please. So as I mentioned earlier, China hosting the largest vocational education system right now. We have more than 10,000 institutions at the secondary and also tertiary level. For this particular chart, I just want to highlight the vocational education continued to expansion from 1980s until the 2010, and then slightly flattening out a little bit. And here you can see in this slide, we not only have the largest vocational education system, but also the system providing more than 10 million skilled workers per year to the industry. So you can see a very interesting observation here is around 2014, about 11 years ago. The graduates from vocational education actually been overtaken by the higher education graduates. So right now, more students or more graduates going to the labor market has a college degree rather than a vocational secondary degree. But interesting enough, as I will show later, the vocational education at the tertiary level also expand very quickly. Next, please. So China actually used to have what we called a star-based skill formation system, where the government actually involved very actively in the pre-service training, and the firms only involved in the on-the-job training. In the pre-service training, the firm was marginalized. In this chart, you can see many of the government agencies were quite active, including the State Planning Commission, National Reform and Development Commission, Ministry of Education, as well as the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security. You can see here in this chart, the system integrated vocational education directly with the national policy strategy, aligning skill development with the current and future skill needs, as well as long-term economic planning. So this is a quite characteristic of the developmental state. But in China, not only the national government was taking active role in skill development, but also the local government. We call the local or regional experimentation, which is quite important in developing the skill, particularly in the current and future skill. Next, please. Before we go to the details about the Chinese vocational education systems, just want to show a very simple comparison of the Chinese vocational education system in conjunction with Japan. Here you can see in China, we do have something we call the binary higher education system, where we not only providing vocational education at the secondary level, but also at the tertiary level. But compared to Japan or Germany or other countries, you can see vocational education at the tertiary level is just started to grow. So we're only offering degree at the associate degree level. Since about 6 years ago, 2019, we have the first vocational college universities conferring bachelor degrees. Now we have 87 vocational universities conferring both associate degree and bachelor degree. Next slide, please. Since 2010, about 15 years ago, the national government considering developing something we called modern vocational education systems, which is integrating the vocational education with higher education, so we call vertical connection, but also horizontal integration, which means at the secondary level and at the tertiary level, encouraging student transfer between the vocational and academic education systems. So a sequence of policy measures have been put in place to promote vertical connection and horizontal integration. Including this year, we published the 2024 to 2035 master plan on building China into a leading country in education. This is particularly taking vocational education integration with higher education as important steps towards growing a strong education country with an education system. Next slide, please. So what kind of educational opportunities for students who started at the vocational secondary education institution? So there have been many pathways vocational secondary students can take, and then go into higher education or become college graduates. First of all, many of the vocational institutions, like the Shenzhen City Polytechnic, upgrading from secondary level into the tertiary level. So this is we call the bridging programs. But there are also opportunities we call dual qualification, where students, for instance, take apprenticeship in the company. They can also get vocational certificate. So this is called the dual certification. And then there are also cases where vocational secondary school making articulation agreement with the vocational colleges or even with the universities to provide something we call the integrated model. So students can finish their vocational secondary education and then transfer to a vocational colleges or even University of Applied Sciences to get a higher education opportunity. Finally, some of the students with extraordinary vocational skills, like I mentioned earlier, they went to the world skill competition and they get the medals and they can get automatic promotion into the four-year universities. Next slide, please. So now I will discuss about some of the recent TVET reforms, which is critical for nurturing the future skill. Here we're referring to digital skills and also green skills. Next, please. So the current Minister of Education in China has a big vision. He is strongly promoting the digital transformation of the education system. Particularly in the vocational education sector, you can see Ministry of Education in junction with other ministries launch opinions or the policy brief here to encourage the extension of the digital transformation of education systems. So this is not only a duty or the responsibility of the Ministry of Education, it's a collaboration between Ministry of Education with other ministries, including the critical economic ministries. On the left-hand side, you can also see this is Ministry of Education launch application guideline for using artificial intelligence in vocational education. So at the national level, there have been policy frameworks set up to accelerating this kind of digital transformation. Next, please. Not only at the national level as a policy, there are also technical support or implementation measures being taken up. Here I show the example we call the National Smart Education Platform for the vocational education sector, quite similar to the Cambodian cases. So this is developed by the national government, but can be used by the students in different locations in China. Also, different provinces also have their own smart education platform, quite similar to the national ones, to adding local curriculum into these online platforms. So here you can see the platform providing curriculum digitalization, smart campus infrastructure, online learning platforms, and AI-empowered educational tools. So this is like a supermarket. Students can take either the courses or use the agent development here to facilitate their learning. Next page, please. So how is the impact of such policy efforts at the national level, at the local level, even at the institution level? So we surveyed about 60,000 students this year. Most of students who were fresh college graduates from vocational colleges this year about their use of artificial intelligence in their study and also in their career development. Here we can show, so among the most popular AI tools in China, vocational college students was quite active in using them. So for a lot of education and also personal purposes. On the right-hand side, you can see the average number of the kind of tools students use is around 2 or 3. So they are actually significant technological integration with the daily life of students. Next page, please. How about the national picture? If you look at the 16 provinces where we survey the students, we can find there are quite large regional variations in terms of usages, right? So you can see in the coastal area, in the east coast areas, in Zhejiang, Guangdong provinces, or even Hebei and also Sichuan and Chongqing provinces, the usage was pretty high. A lot of students or institutions encouraging their students to use this kind of new technology tools to develop their future skills. Next slide, please. So what students actually use? We asked 9 different kind of scenarios where students can use, both in terms of career planning, job search, professional networking, as well as homework support, exam preparation, and skill development. So this chart here shows students use not only in the learning scenarios, they also use widely in their career preparation and also skill development. For instance, learn coding. So this is quite interesting. We find out actually students is more open-minded and also have a more enthusiastic attitude towards AI than the faculty members in the vocational colleges. Next slide, please. We are also trying to identify the impact of such use of artificial intelligence for student career development. So we looking at both the students' graduate a degree of graduate capital development, also starting salary once they find a job. So the graduate capital was actually a composite measure of students' human capital, social capital, identity capital, and the psychological capital, which is considered as the most important predictors of career success in their lifetime. We can find when students use different kinds of artificial intelligence tools, chances are some of the tools really increase their level of development in terms of graduate capital. So it's a positive and significant impact on students' growth. However, we didn't find empirical evidence using such instruments can increase students' starting salary. So as a conclusion, we can see students are more and more likely to using tools but not translated to better employment outcomes. Next page, please. So how about the green skills? We know the environmental issues and sustainability pressures is pretty high, not only in China, but in all countries around the globe. So China have committed to get the carbon neutral by 2035. So it's very important for students and vocational students in particular to get the green skills or at least get ready for the green jobs in the near future. So on the left-hand side, you can see the Ministry of Education actually published a policy brief, working plan for getting carbon neutral. To reach that goal, this is the guideline for the higher education institutions to upgrading their talent cultivation models to reach carbon neutral by the policy goal. On the right-hand side, you can see a lot of implementation planning put inside at the national level and also at the provincial level. Next slide, please. So we want to ask two questions. One is the supply of the green skill training provided by the vocational institution. The second was the demand from the student side or student take up. So this is just to show how many colleges in each provinces on average was offering different kinds of courses related to green skills. For instance, we're asking, do the institutions have any courses on environmental management, renewable energy, sustainable manufacturing, rebuilding, or circular economy? So this is any courses they offer at the institutional level was considered they are offering green courses. Again, we can see very large regional variations with some provinces quite provocative, taking the lead. Next page, please. So on the student side, we can see quite similar pattern to the supply side. Students in the coastal areas and also in for instance, Zhejiang, Jiangsu, and also Sichuan provinces, quite enthusiastic taking the courses provided by institution. Students' take up of the green courses could be influenced by program requirement or their awareness of the green opportunities. Next slide, please. So we're asking students, are they actually intended to take green jobs? About 55% of students say they understand what the green jobs means, right? What is a basic understanding of what consists of the green career. But only 44% of students say they are really interested and going to apply for this kind of jobs. So there are gap between students' understanding about green careers and their attitude of actually taking action. Next slide, please. And then we also ask particular reasons why students want to take a green career. The predominantly reason is ideological identification with a green development and positive expectations for industry prospect. Practical factors like a salary, job stability doesn't really matter so much for even the employer's ecological understanding is not that important. Next slide, please. I want to conclude my presentation just summing up what we observe in China. China is actually conducting or offering vocational education at a massive scale, but recent years there have been a significant change from secondary level to the tertiary level, or at least allowing we call permeability between the vocational education sector and higher education sector. Second, China's current skill formation system was state-driven. Firm is quite marginalized, but there are exceptions in Shenzhen and Shanghai or other more developed regions where they provide very high quality TVET education and not only recognized by industry, but also by the global academic community. Third, we can see there have been a lot of different kind of measurements, policies to promote the breaking down of the binary barriers. So students could not only take advantage of vocational education, but also academic education. There have been even recent cases when students graduate from academic four-year universities with a BA degree, they come back to vocational college to get a certificate or even associate degree. Fourth, we see a lot of regions, provinces has been quite active in terms of digital transformation and also artificial integration with a vocational education curriculum. But finally, we find in terms of results, we find there are substantial green skill gaps between awareness and action. So there has been a long way to go, not only for China, but mainly for the fellow countries as well, to getting students is more educated about the green skills. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Po Yang. And please stay connected as you will be joining the upcoming panel discussion. Next, we will move on to the panel discussion on the evolution of TVET, building a lifelong learning platform for all. I'd like to invite the chair and the panelists to the stage. Please come forward as I call your name. Our moderator, Ms. Hyeon Kim, consultant of World Bank. Please welcome her with a warm round of applause. And next, I'd like to invite our panelists, Chom Borath, our Deputy Director, Minister of Labor and Vocational Training, Cambodia. And also we have Hien Bui, Deputy Director, General Institute of State Organizational and Labor, Vietnam. Next, we also have Daehyun Kim, Professor from Korea Polytechnics. And we also have Professor Po Yang, Associated Professor, will join online. Thank you very much. Okay, as I mentioned, the panel discussion will be moderated by consultant Hyeon Kim. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause again.
Good afternoon, everyone, and distinguished panelists. Welcome to the panel discussion, the evolution of the TVET, building a lifelong learning platform for all. So as we have seen from the presentation so far across ASEAN+3, the TVET systems are increasingly expected not only to train the new entrants, but also to serve as engines for continuous skilling, reskilling, and industry partnership. So today we are joined by 4 distinguished panelists who will bring diverse system perspectives. Together they represent inclusive TVET reform, labor market alignment, and innovation in training, and evidence-based skills transformation. And I look forward to a rich discussion on how we can strengthen future-ready lifelong learning ecosystems across the region. So to begin, I would like to invite all panelists to reflect on an overarching question. We'll request each panelist 1 minute to respond. So what are the practical steps can countries take to transition from the traditional vocational training toward a true lifelong learning ecosystem accessible to all learners? So maybe we can begin from Mr. Chun.
Thank you, Ms. Kim, for giving me the opportunity for answer the question. I think for keep all the student and all stay in the learning. The first of all, we have to cooperation. The first is government, and the government should be have like the policy or something that regulation that they can engagement. And also second is TVET institution. We need to readiness for our what we need to do and for cooperation with all to keep the student. And also other one is private sectors that need to engage with our TVET institution for keeping together, and others authority and also the parent and student together that we can involve together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chuhom. And Mr. Hien Bui from Vietnam, would you like to give a remarks?
Okay, for the most critical reform, we say from our point of view, we addressing this through the skin ecosystem approach that we focus on. First, we are shifting from the traditional curriculum updating to the co-creation with the industry. So in that case, the employers are involved deeply in the defining competencies standard, and also designing the models, and also assessing the skill. This is important. And in the practice step, we are developing a flexible, the modularized training package aligned with the National Quality Framework and the National Skill Framework. This our experience.
Thank you, Mr. Hien Bui. Now I would like to turn to Professor Dae-hyun Kim from the Korea Polytechnics.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to answer. I will take another perspective on this. For the speed of the technical development to come with that speed, we have to set up a strategy to do that. As you're well aware, government TVET system and the courses and curriculums in fundamental is quite in behind compared to the development of the technology in its structure. Those in the education that go into the job, and then they lead to the new technology development. But that cycle, the gap between each of the stage, we have to shorten and narrow the gap. For that, what TVET institutions should strategically respond to the situation. I will go into a detail in my next opportunity when I have one.
Thank you, Professor Kim. And now we turn to Professor Yang, who is joining from online. Professor Yang, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think it's a very critical questions you raised. Transformation to a lifelong learning ecosystem. For me, I think one of the things very critical, practical step was digitalization of vocational education, because previously the major barriers for lifelong learning was access to training opportunities. I think with the help of the digital learning platform and also practical training platform, we can combine school-based training with the workplace-based training. Also in terms of the richness of the curriculum, because right now with the digital kind of platforms, as we see from the Korea Polytechnic, you can have learning factories, right? You can do this kind of distance control of the actually smart manufacturing process. You can work on your laptop and also do the experimentation with a lot of colleagues and fellow students. So I think that's quite important. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yang.
네, 양 교수님
thank you for all
감사합니다.
panelists for your remarks and emphasis on the the comprehensive approach for the ecosystem, including the government partnership and different stakeholders' participation, and the flexible modular approach, and the digitalization of the training platform. So now we are moving on to the targeted questions for each panelist. So my first question goes to Mr. Chum from Cambodia. So, Mr. Chum, so as Cambodia expands digital and industry linked to training, what partnership or institutional changes which you have explained that are most needed in this case to deliver the inclusive learning at scale? Thank you. And if you could share with us some of the examples of the initiatives of the government, that will be very grateful. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Kim. For Cambodia, we have one policies that we call Cambodia Digital Government Policies. The objective of the policy is one to build digital capability building and innovation to all the people, and also both villager and also the student, and then also the government. This objective is one to ensure that every people have sufficient digital knowledge, skills, known and use digital system in daily life and affect and responsibility. By doing this, moving to Ministry of Labor and Vocational Education and Training, we have cooperation with donors to, have integrated digital curriculum to our, digital and green to our curriculum, that we can engage in digital to others in the, for the student. And moreover, we also have cooperate with private sector that try to capacity on digitals to our trainer, and also the way that we can cooperation and sustain with for connecting with private sector. And for example, to equip with equipment and tools, installation, COICAM, support to Ministry of Labor, that one project, they support IT lab for TVET institution, for around 17 TVET institution, that they install the lab for ICT and also capacity building of teacher, and also TOT to other trainer. And also, moreover, we have also cooperation with between TVET institution and private company to institutional digital network. It means the cooperation in field of ICT and also other field, but they try to use personal training to student, also the worker on digital literacy for basic using. And other one, I think that TVET also have provide the scholarship for digital scholarship to not only the student, but for trainer to join any subject in other country like China. Also provides digital platform and digital training to our instructor, that not only in teacher, they come to start join the program, but also the student also. And for sustainable with village student, we need to advertising digital to TVET in class. In project or ILO, they also have one project that provide digital literacy to the student, that every subject, they have create lesson and then produce TOT to the teacher, and teacher can teach their student of the basic literacy for the student. I think that's all for me. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chen, to share this important digital capability and then partnership initiative by the government and a strong partnership with the private sector for the IT lab for Tibet institutions. So speaking of the digital, now I would like to turn to Professor Yang on the, for this digital and then partnerships such as PPP ecosystem, there are a lot of elements we need to consider, including the teacher training that Mr. Chun mentioned and the infrastructure curriculum. So my question to Professor Yang is that based on China's reform experience, especially in the governance aspect, the institutional or governance change, what this institutional governance change were most critical in enabling Tibet institutions to innovate, including the digitalization, to respond quickly to this new skills demands? Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. I think the governance perspective or institutional perspective is quite important, particularly when the technology change was so quickly. I think one of the critical things really in terms of the governance was creating partnership opportunities for the leading industry companies to join. And because when the leading companies join this kind of governance structure, they are only not training for themselves, they're considering the upstream and the downstream companies in their supply chain. So when you involve the leading company to participate, there's possibilities. You can build up this kind of industry synergy with the government and also with the education sectors. This is we actually see external benefits, right? We're building we call the skill pool for the whole industry instead of the single institutions. So in that sense, we're not only using the kind of the market power, but in conjunction with the government support, and then we can develop more standardized kind of training modules, not only for the leading companies themselves, but also for the supply chain partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yang. So now I would like to turn to Professor Kim from Korea Polytechnics to ask the question related to what Professor Yang just mentioned, that the alignment with the industry needs and then partnership. So what are the, from your presentation, you have introduced a lot of great initiatives and then projects by the polytechnics. And what is the core element and lessons learned from the polytechnics model enable this strong alignment with the industry needs and rapid adaptation to the new technologies? Professor Kim, over to you.
Thank you very much. As mentioned, I explained this one. I'll just expand my way of explanation. My university, Korea Polytechnics, for us to teach the new technology, we have to think about the cycle, not only the training, but also the going into the new job in the new technology. There's a gap between the stages. In order to narrow down the distance between the two, we try to reorganize our curriculum catering to the new needs in the industry. As of 2024, I cannot go to the exact number. We are investing a lot of money to do the restructuring in our curriculum and courses. When we try to select the majors that we establish, we try to actively reflect the new trend in the industry, and also we think about 40 different companies nationwide to reflect to the opinion of our partner companies to select the majors that we try to establish. Recently, we established majors related with semiconductor, AI, renewable energy, and smart grid. These are the restructuring that we have, the deep connection between industry and the academia, and try to newly recruit the instructor, cater to the new development, new technology, and put them in the right place.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for the insightful remarks on the very agile, the curriculum reform and the teacher training, the approach taken by the polytechnics that can strengthen the linkage with the labor market. So we now turn to Mr. Hien Bui from Vietnam. So speaking of this labor market linkages, we would like to learn more about the Vietnam's initiative and on how to strengthen the linkage between the labor market intelligence and the TVET planning to ensure that the training remains responsive to the evolving industry needs, what the Professor Kim has just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is two the important solution for in the case of to build up the skill ecosystem and also the lifelong learning platform for all. In this case, as the moderator asked, well, we, as this morning, Mr. Salon Asia from Mumbai also refer to the LMIS labor market information system. We start our approach to base on the signer of labor market based the scheme based the information from the labor market to drive in the changing curriculum and also changing the reform the training institution. This is very important. We change the way to collect and to public to analyze the labor market information, concentrate to the skill of the skill demand from the job. This is we also based on the cooperate with the GIZ, this project. This we call that non-traditional data from labor market project that D4P, data for policy, and also this also based on really on the AI and AI based to analyze the labor market information and provide public this information to the training institution in training the changing the curriculum and also changing the training process. And next, we will also to develop the second project. We call that also the Secretariat of ASEAN also refer to this project of RECO-Twin. That's the name Future-Oriented Labor Market Policy and TVET for a twin transition in Asia. This also based very important in the linkage between the three important partner, the employer, the training institution, and the employee, based on the skill development. This is important for the linkage between the labor market and also the labor market information and skill in the labor market information driving the changing of the reform of training, vocational training institution. That's our important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hien Bui.
네.
So I think we have some time for a quick one more round of the questions for the panelists, and then we'll go to the Q&A session, opening the floor. So Mr. Chun Brath, so We have so far discussed the important innovation and transformation in the Tibet system towards our lifelong learning. And in your presentation, we also introduced some of the effective initiatives by the government to reach these vulnerable groups and then have them to stay engaged in learning. And we would also want to learn more about the challenges that the government has encountered for example, through the community or the institutions, and then the trainers you have also mentioned, and then how does government try to overcome these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you again for the idea. In Cambodia, we call for the government, we want to know, keep no one behind the scene. So it is what you want to know about the government, how to show that we don't want to keep no one behind outside. That the government also have many policies. The first policy I mentioned about is pedagogy. Policy is the government policy that we keep. We give priority to human resource development, and we give it is our priority that everybody need to have one skill at least. So it is in order to show that no one behind, we have like government policies, and also we have ministry policies that we have to cooperate to implement the policy of the government. We encourage all the province and also Tibet institution to practice and implement that policy. That's why we have a program 1.5 million that to provide that skill to all the people. So in order to access this, we have to keep touch with all the province, Tibet institution, governor of each province, center of each province, like NEA, we call National Employment Agency, and also the village authority, and also we keep in touch and we provide information all about this student and also the parent and everything. And we go direct with together and provide the information about the program of Tibet and encourage them to engage in the Tibet program. And moreover, we also encourage private sector like company and also industry to cut down some requirement. For example, if they want to work, because you have know that Cambodia have conflict with Thailand for return in migration. In order to solve that problem, we suggest all the company get our immigrant without like even ID card, so they can go and work without an ID card. It is our strategy to keep all that they can learn, and Tibet program also engage all of them to our program and training for skill, and provides also some fee for them support also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chum, for sharing with us the Cambodia's provincial and institutional approach to have everyone have at least one skills for the inclusive learning approach. Now I would like to turn to Professor Yang to share with us some of China's experience in expanding this lifelong learning system. So, Professor, Mr. Chon just shared with us some of the important policy mechanisms taken by the Cambodia government. And we would like to know more about some of the mechanisms that China is expanding, such as the modular credentials and then the university and industry collaboration. Professor Yang, over to you.
Thank you very much. I think the expanding the lifelong learning opportunities is very important and also critical, particularly given the rate of the technological change at the present days. It's quite impossible to get degree and then sustain, the skill requirement for the lifelong. I think the very important for now is really about pay attention to use of the digital instruments, as we mentioned earlier. We have done some research not only about the vocational college and university graduates but also about the people already work in the industry in terms of their access to the artificial intelligence kind of trainings and also their participation and the usage. We find out sometimes when we're extending the lifelong learning opportunities, particularly through the digital platform, even though people may have access, but their usage are quite different. And also the degree of benefits they retrieve from this training and usage was quite different. So it's quite important not only to set up the policies and opportunities for the people to learn, particularly for women and also for the other marginalized groups, but also to guarantee people will equally benefit from this kind of expanded opportunities, particularly in the lifelong learning aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yang, to share China's approach on the inclusive lifelong learning system. And now I would like to give the mic to Mr. Hien Bui from Vietnam. Some of Vietnam government's initiative on shift toward more flexible lifelong learning system for the vulnerable group, some of the reform and then initiatives taken from the Vietnam. Thank you.
Important thing for the big change, not only for the vulnerable groups. That's a very big change for the our recently we have a big change in the important policy that we set a new legal framework to approach to build the online learning platform for this. We have just 4 months ago, we amended the employment code. That is one very chapter, we call chapter 5, named job skill development, the job skill development. In the old one, the old employment code, this chapter is called the old one named assessment certifying the national occupational skill. Everybody know this is quite a different approach. One approach is from the training system, the own training system, and the new one approach here, we set up the new platform for the opportunity to develop a skill ecosystem for all, and building a lifelong learning platform for all. I think this is a very important thing. And this chapter is among important to build up the skill ecosystem. Firstly, build up the national qualification framework, and also the national skill framework. This is important. And to define the role of 4 important partners in developing skill, that's the government, the industry, the institution, training institution, and also the employees, especially the play the active role for the industry or for the employer, as I mentioned that the employer also the involving in defining competency standard or designing model and also assessing skill. This important of the change recently. And also the important for the leaving no one behind for the lifelong learning is very meaningful only when the individuals or inclusive vulnerable group can access it. And we focus on priority policies. Firstly, invest in digital learning infrastructure and a national online learning platform to support learners in rural and remote areas. And second is expanding the financial support for the training loan, the introduction subsidies and skill voucher scheme for women and for persons with disabilities, the older worker and also the informal worker. This for the vulnerable groups to enjoy the benefit from the lifelong learning ecosystem. Yeah.
Thank you. I think the last pillar of this discussion we haven't touched upon, which before we conclude, is that the integration of the convergence skills, such as AI, digital, and multidisciplinary competencies. We have also learned from the previous presentations, including the keynote by Mr. Saman Nassim this morning. So for integrating these convergence skills, Professor Kim, I would like to ask, what are the lessons learned that from the Korea Polytechnics to converge these multidisciplinary competencies in the vocational training curriculum that can share that with our partner countries? Thank you.
First of all, regarding your question, we do have programs that we have in Korea Polytechnics. We do have 10 different courses. One of the representative is about high-tech courses and new advances where they can have a kind of express degree. So as mentioned earlier, so this regular fast-track courses can be helpful for the job seekers and also the college graduates. So for example, for special courses, it's more wide access. And for the seniors and for the retirees, we do have a new senior courses, because those senior citizens have become more healthier than those who in the past. But so we are trying to provide more programs for those people. And for those who graduated university but didn't have an opportunity to actually use their majors in career, we do have a high-tech courses. This is a regular program spanning 6 months to 1 year. So the reason why we focus on these irregular courses is that because providing a short-term courses so that they can see rather fast outcome is very effective, because our university is more technology focused. But at the same time, we are trying to transfer or teach these technologies to the people who are not really good at these technologies in the past. So that's the reason why our university is focusing on this direction. So once students got jobs after these courses, they have more choices. For example, they can go for even higher certifications, or they can move into the different or higher degree, which I have actually evidenced quite a lot of times. So semiconductors, AI, and other new technologies, as well as traditional technologies, are kind of incorporated into our curriculum and program. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim. And due to our time constraint, I think we will not be able to have the Q&A session. However, I would like to thank our distinguished panelists once again for contributing to this important conversation. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our moderator and all the panelists for sharing your insights. We will now take a short break. Session 3 on building a collaborative HRD ecosystem will begin in 20 minutes. In 15 minutes, we will begin 3:45 p.m. Again, we will begin our next session at 3:45 p.m. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 3:45, so we will begin the 2025 ASEAN Plus 3 HRD Forum shortly. So please make your way to the venue and take your seats. Thank you again for your kind cooperation. Once again, may I have your attention, please? We will now begin the ASEAN Plus 3 HRD Forum, the session 3. So please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, now you are here for the ASEAN Plus 3 HRD Forum Session 3. So we will now begin the Session 3 on building a collaborative HRD ecosystem. Our first speaker is Professor Sehwa An from Korea University of Technology and Education. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
리모컨 컨트롤. 혹시 그 책상에 있는 리모컨 컨트롤. 혹시 제 책상에 있는 Good afternoon. I am Seo An from Korea University of Technology and Education. Today I'd like to talk about the challenges facing higher vocational education in Korea under the title of Transformation of Higher Vocational Education in Korea, Lessons and Challenges. Looking back over the past decades, we can clearly see vocational and higher education moving much closer together around the world. And the same trend is happening in Korea as well. Digital transformation and AI have pushed the demand for higher level technical skills, and this has naturally expanded higher vocational education. I've seen these changes myself in university settings. My presentation will proceed as you see here, and it will take about 25 minutes. Okay. Because of time, I won't cover all slides, so I'll focus on key ones. To better understand vocational education in a country, we first need to look at the political and social context in which it developed. Korea's industrialization took place under strong government leadership. During this period, human resources development and vocational education were also driven by the state. As Korea modernized, its vocational education system began to take on the characteristics of a so-called statist skill regime. Let me briefly let me briefly outline of the background. Traditionally in Korea, a society that values high education, vocational education has long been recognized as a secondary option for students who had difficulty entering good universities. However, since 2010s, the Korean government has introduced various higher vocational education programs to promote the employment of young people. As a result, the status of vocational education has improved and vocational education pathways have become more attractive young people. Moreover, this year, as the Ministry of Education's university financial support policy has been transferred to local government, so-called employment-linked RISE contract departments are being established in many universities. This integration of vocational and higher education suggests that structural change has already begun in Korea's VAT system. So, purpose of study. As Korea rapidly expands its higher vocational education models, the key question I explore is this: are we truly prepared to deliver high-quality vocational education to younger generations? To address this, I take an exploratory approach with three parts. First, I compare the major higher vocational education models in Korea. Second, I look critically at the structural issues rooted in the statist skill regime. And third, I explore future directions for innovating Korea's higher vocational education system. Before moving into the main discussion, let me briefly clarify what I mean by higher vocational education, or HVE. HVE combines university-level study with workplace-based training, allowing apprentices to build job skills while earning a degree. This means they hold a dual status. They are students, but they're also employees. Now, to analyze higher vocational education in Korea, I like to begin by looking at two key contextual factors. The first one is the skill regime, and the second is the training funding system. As you can see in the figure, skill regimes are classified into four types based on the level of government involvement in vocational training and the degree of employer participation. As I mentioned earlier, higher vocational education in Korea has developed within a statist skill regime where government intervention is strong and voluntary industry participation is relatively low. This system can produce quick result when the government pushes policy with a strong momentum. But excessive intervention may also create inefficiency and lead to government failure. Later in the presentation, I'll explain how the structural problems in Korea's vocational education system are closely linked to this statist regime. But skill regime is not about being right or wrong. What really matters is not which model is better, but how clearly we recognize the limitation of each system and how effectively we can complement or improve them. The second contextual factor we need to consider is the funding system for vocational education. In 1995, the Korean government introduced the Employment Insurance System, EIS. As you can see in the table, this shifted Korea's vocational training system from a training or levy model to a training levy grant model. Simply put, the first model means you train and you are exempt, while the second means you train and you get reimbursed. This change marked a real paradigm shift in Korea's vocational training system because it greatly encouraged companies to participate in vocational education. Under EIS, all firms contribute to the Employment Insurance Fund, EIF, which finances three components: unemployment benefit, unemployment security, and vocational competency development program, VCDP. Vocational education is funded through the last category. However, the second and third components operate on a single account. So careful financial management is essential because overspending in one area can undermine the others. And this does happen in practice. Although with its shortcomings, the EIS has played a critical role in ensuring the sustainability of vocational education in Korea. Without the EIS, the current level of vocational training provision we have in Korea today would not exist. With respect to the funding system, Korea now faced two critical challenges: whether to raise the premium rate to address the shortfall in training funds, and how to secure operational autonomy for the EIF. Comparative analysis of Korean models. There are three major models of higher vocational education currently operating in Korea. All of them are products of a statist schoolism led by the government. First, we have the degree apprenticeship run by Ministry of Employment and Labor and HRD Korea. This is a classic dual study model that integrate university coursework with company-based training, and it is largely benchmarked from the German system. Second, there is a RISE contract program jointly operated by the Ministry of Education and local government. As is shown in the diagram, universities and companies jointly select the students at admission, and each student is matched with a specific company from the start. Students complete the theory-based coursework in their first year, and then hired by their matched company and finish the job-focused training during their second and third years. They earn a degree in 3 years. Third, we have SME contract model operated by Ministry of SME and startups. These programs support both new hires and current employees in SMEs, helping them improve their job skills while earning a degree. Comparative analysis. Given the limited time, let me compare these three models by focusing on their key characteristics from the perspective of each stakeholders. From the learner's perspective, the biggest advantage of RISE model is that students can complete the program in just 3 years. In contrast, learners in degree apprenticeships needs to attend weekend classes for 4 years, which can be quite demanding. Still, the dual study format gives them a much stronger opportunity to build a solid job skill. From the employer's perspective, a degree apprenticeship requires more responsibility for workplace training and higher administrative cost. But because learners work full-time as employees, they contribute more. In the RISE model, students spend their first year studying full-time on campus and only join the company in their second year, so their level of job engagement tends to be lower. From the university's perspective, compared to degree apprenticeship, the other two models offer more flexibility in academic operations, and they also receive more stable funding from the government. Overall, it's difficult to say that one model is clearly superior, however, because all three models target a similar group of learners, competition among them is likely to intensify. Accordingly, coordinated policy across government agencies will be important to avoid excessive competition and confusion in the field. Now, let me turn to the structural issues in Korea's higher vocational education system, which has been shaped by a statist skill regime. I look at them from three angles: governance, aims of vocational education, and curriculum design. First, governance. Korea's higher vocational education system is organized as a vertical, government-led structure. In this structure, the central and local government play a dominant role, while their agencies, companies, and universities are mobilized to follow their direction, which is very much in line with a statist skill regime. Second, aims of vocational education. Vocational education should ideally balance economic, social, and educational goals. However, in Korea, higher vocational education has been heavily oriented toward national economic goals, mainly expanding employment and increasing productivity. And third, curriculum design. There appears to be an imbalance between the general education provided by schools and the more specialized training needs of companies. In addition, learners' experience and voices are rarely reflected in the policy decision or curriculum design. Future direction. Now I would like to propose 4 directions for advancing higher vocational education in Korea. First, deepening the role of universities. Universities should not function merely as implementing bodies from government policy. They need to take a central role in driving industrial innovation and social change through higher vocational education. Vocational education should also promote civic awareness and social inclusion beyond the simply technical training. And therefore, universities should be positioned to contribute to maintaining this balance. Second, governance reform. Strong government leadership is essential for achieving high performance and ensuring the sustainability of vocational education. But good intention alone don't ensure good result. We first need to reform the governance structure so that the higher vocational education system can be more effectively aligned and coordinated, as it is currently divided among 3 ministries. In the long term, this structure should be evolved into a form of meta-governance that include government, industry, universities, and learners. It may also be worth considering bringing the degree-linked HV models together under the Ministry of Education. This figure shows the governance structure of Germany dual system. We don't have time to go through it in detail, but what you can immediately sense is how finely the system works through institutionalized social dialogue. But let me raise a question. If Korea were to simply copy this system, which operated in a very different political and social context, would it work in Korea? On the other hand, this is the governance structure of Korea's dual apprenticeship. It highlights the structural limitation of the statist regime. As we discussed earlier, the hierarchy may look orderly, but the dynamic interaction among stakeholders appears relatively weak. Let me show you one more example. The hybrid governance model in Norway. Norway also has a legacy of a statist skill regime, but it created a skill policy council that brings social partners together to actively discuss key vocational education issues. This may provide a meaningful reference point for us. So, skill regimes are historical legacies that can't be easily replaced, but they are not fixed forever. And this is where our hopes lie. If there is a better framework for the future of young people's vocational education, then we should identify it through social dialogue and consensus. Third, strengthening local government, industry, university collaboration. A robust regional network linking local government, industry, and universities is essential for effective higher vocational education. Universities in particular need to build a strong partnership with local companies and establish systems for continuous industrial feedback. And first, expanding international cooperation. We need to deepen joint research with universities and research institutes around the world and apply the knowledge and insights gained from this work to the development of HV policies. Let me wrap up with a brief conclusion. Vocational education is not simple about producing technical workers. And the vocational education system is not merely the outcome of administrative design either. If we simply accept state authority without question, we may eventually lose the ability to ask what kind of a system we truly need. A sustainable vocational education system has to be built through negotiation and dialogue among all stakeholders, with each of them bringing their own interest to the table. For this reason, we need a social framework through which we can debate and agree on the value and direction of vocational education. Ultimately, vocational education can advance only when it is grounded in the process of social justification. I hope this exploratory study have offered you even a small insight. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Se-Hwa An. So that brings the end of the professor's presentation, and we will move on to the next case presentation. So this session will focus on a cooperative HRD framework connecting state, corporation, and community. Our first case presentation will be delivered by Ms. Sue Lu, Senior Consultant at the Thammasat Polytechnic, Singapore. So she will share a case on building a cooperative workplace learning ecosystem in Singapore. So ladies and gentlemen, please give her a warm round of applause.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are still with me. All right. Thanks very much for bringing me to this forum. Thanks, HDK, RK, and thanks for all the other organizers as well. It's a privilege to be standing here to share about how Singapore is building a collaborative workplace learning ecosystem. All right. I'm Sue, call me Sue. I'm a senior consultant with the Temasek Polytechnic's National Center of Excellence for Workplace Learning. All right, and today I like to talk about workplace learning, but before I do that, let me share a true story. It's a real incident, all right? Last year, a packaging company had a very unfortunate accident, workplace accident, right? The machine operator lost a few fingers because he was operating the metal cap cutting machine, and in the process, he lost his fingers. So soon after, the company contacted us, and we went to site and helped them structure OJT, blueprint, and help facilitate the learning of some on-the-job blueprint safety measures and things like that. So as a result, the company now has a very positive learning culture that is based on continuous learning as well as safety is priority. All right? And up to this point, about 3,400 enterprises in Singapore have gone through OJT and workplace learning programs. So we're happy to report that they have benefited from the programs, and workplace learning truly works. Okay, this is what I'm going to present today, 5 areas, giving you an overview about Skills Future Singapore, about workplace learning, and how did we collaborate to get impact. And lastly, I'll share a real sustainability study with a client that we just concluded the consultancy work last week. All right, so it's fresh from the oven. In the interest of time, I know that I need to use a lot of short forms and acronyms. So if I say NACE, all right, NACE refers to National Center of Excellence for Workplace Learning. If I say WPL, it's Workplace Learning. And if I say SSG, it refers to Skills Future Singapore. All right, so workplace learning, essentially there are 3 key drivers: Skills Future Movement, our industry transformation maps, and the NACE centers. All right, we have 5 polytechnics in Singapore, so every polytechnic has a NACE center. As you can see, I think I heard from the professors talking about a lot of policies making, a lot of high-level planning is involved and all that. So Skills Future Movement and industry transformation map are really quite high level. NACE is the one that gets onto the ground level to relate what workplace learning is. So we target the SMEs. All right, so in a while, we'll explain why SMEs. As you may already know, Skills Future Movement is a nationwide movement that is coordinated by the government and is planned right at the top, all right? And we want to align needs and focus our resources to ensure that there's continuous learning and progress made. The skills framework evolves from the industry transformation map, all right? So we have 23 different industry transformation maps, and we have over 30 skills framework. While Skills Future, actually this year it's 10 years in existence, all right? But the skills framework came 1 year later in 2016, and NACE actually was given birth only in 2018. The first NACE Center evolved in 2018. So the key priorities of Skills Future are these: lifelong learning, upskilling enterprises, and making sure that the training are in line with the government's mapping of what the future lies. Okay, now a little bit more about workplace learning. You see here that it's really truly aligned with Skills Future movement. The main objectives are the same. But I like to stress here that actually workplace learning is not ad hoc training. It's a structured discipline. All right, that's keynote number one. And secondly, we want to know, we all know that SMEs, they have been around, generation of family business, and the bosses have a lot of knowledge and experiences, but sometimes they don't have time to pass the knowledge and skills to their fellow workers. So by structuring all the tacit knowledge, all right, into systematic learning processes, so that is the way the SMEs could go on to grow and thrive. Okay? And so our focus, like I say, is basically helping the SMEs. So a little bit more about my employer, Temasek Polytechnic and NACE. So TP, Temasek Poly, I think some of you have visited our campus. Thank you very much. Next time you want to come to TP, give us a call, and we'll be there to help you around. All right, so we are established in 1990. So this year we celebrate 35 years. All right, and NACE is one of the centers, NACE at TP is one of the centers in Temasek Polytechnic. We have 6 schools, each with their own full-time diploma, 36 full-time diploma from applied science, business, design, engineering, humanities, social science, and so on and so forth, IT, of course. And we also have part-time diploma and post-diploma courses that these schools offer. Okay, so these are the features of our TP education: market-driven, all right, well-rounded curriculum, strong emphasis on practice-based learning, and this one about qualified staff. I think some of you concurred just now that whether it's the universities or the polytechnics, the real-world experience of the lecturers and the teachers are key to a succeeding knowledge-sharing kind of environment. Okay? So this slide shows that we have about 1,400 of them, all right? So like I say, they are skilled, they have industry experience, so they are in a good position to train the full-time pre-employment students. There are about 12,000 and more of them. And in addition, they also help the adult learners in all these training places, 42,000 training places annually. All right. On the other side of the chart, you see that we work very, very well with 2,000 over local partners, as well as more than 100 overseas partners. So this is an ecosystem that we'll talk about more in a while. Okay, this is the team that I come from. Okay, NACE at Temasek Polytechnic. There are actually 6 of us, but we took this photo with our deputy principal. I think maybe some of you have met Mr. Ao. All right. So NACE was only set up June 2021. So we are about just a little bit more than 4 years old. It's part of the continuous education department of TP. And right now, I would like to report that in recent 1.5 years, we have impacted 130 SMEs. We have conducted 1,600 training places with 35,000 training hours. For a small team, I must say this is quite a feat. So we are small but mighty. Okay? So all these centers have the same mission. We have the same training resources, same frameworks. All right, so the mission is to help organizations, especially SMEs, grow and thrive by having this sustainability, sustainable learning culture. And the vision is every business should make workplace learning a part of their business. So you can see that we are very ground level. We don't look at very lofty ideas or very, very big projects. We are very pragmatic in that sense. Okay, at this point, I would like to share a video that we have taken with a client. So this company is called Blue Tiffin. It's a restaurant housed in a hotel, quite new, and they had some not very good feedback about customer service. So earlier this year, they called us in as well to help them structure some kind of a customer-centric training. So this is the show that I'd like to showcase and enjoy in the next 2-3 minutes. It's a short video. Can you roll video, please? Thank you.
I believe that service is at the forefront of any restaurant business. The food can be spectacular, but customers remember how the staff carry themselves. The Blue Tiffin is no exception. Located within a hotel in Singapore, we are committed to understanding and surpassing our customers' needs. Because the customer left a negative Google review online, there was a need to really enhance the customer service. The Blue Tiffin is part of a larger company, Mena Concept, and was founded to serve modern halal Singaporean cuisine. I oversee restaurant operations by liaising with restaurant managers and managing sales targets.
I used to run a cafe. It's not easy because there's a lot of resources and skills needed. The Blue Tiffin wanted to set up systems to guide their restaurant staff. The goal of NACE at TP is to help companies with workforce transformation. It was developed from researching and visiting international companies from Switzerland and South Korea, closely observing and implementing these good practices in the Singaporean workforce. NACE provides consultancy services to help companies create frameworks, like a blueprint, for staff members to refer to and pass down that knowledge.
Because we offer breakfast, buffet, all-day dining, and room service, we have to ensure the service standard is comparable to a hotel. We see the opportunity to enhance the customer service by making it more structured and professional while keeping it friendly. There were instances where clearing of dirty plates could have been more prompt, and some staff seemed uncertain in handling specific customer situations. These gaps were made in feedback from the hotel. We partner with National Centre of Excellence for Workplace Learning at Temasek Polytechnic to transform and enhance our operation processes.
I'm John Liu. I'm the restaurant manager at the Blue Tiffin. After some guidance from NACE at TP, our staff held more productive training sessions. We came out of this training session more confident when serving customers. I feel that the Blue Tiffin has implemented a clear structure with a better workflow now. Even more senior staff are also capable of coaching new hires based on the blueprint that were co-developed with ownership over their roles. The restaurant has also been receiving more positive reviews online.
On-the-job training sessions allow the workers to pick up a large majority of the skills while working, which boosts their confidence and overall team morale. How workers develop their skills on the job is through the close coaching and mentoring within the company. Companies that continue to upskill their workers not only improve the quality of workers, but also see a retention of talent in their workforce.
I'm encouraged to learn that one staff member in particular has improved greatly. From this program, she has acquired the relevant knowledge, skills, and attitude for a faster track for promotion.
I feel empowered and have learned how to develop ownership over my responsibilities.
Our staff will be able to take these new skills with them to progress further in their own career path. Their career journey will flourish from here.
The sooner businesses enroll into the workplace learning program, the more productive the workforce will become, with stronger skill sets and quality of work.
us on board to help them structure some of the workplace learning for customer service excellence. All right, so what is workplace learning? This is a definition that I would like to offer. It's definitely organized, definitely structured, especially on the job environment. And it's all about competency development. And competency in workplace learning, we have three facets, all right? Knowledge, skills, and attitude. Because you could have the best knowledge, the highest advanced skills, but if you don't have the attitude, it doesn't really make you a competent person. So these three elements are key to workplace learning. And the training is conducted by certified trainers and supported by qualified mentors and coaches, all happening at the workplace. All right. So just now I asked you, or maybe you may be thinking, why do we want to focus on SMEs? Okay, in the Singapore context, 99% of our enterprises are SMEs. All right, and they employ about 70% of the workforce. So it is important for the SME to have everything right in terms of talent building, competency development, and so on. All right, so this is a little bit of the genesis of what happened in the past. So in 2018, our Minister for Education, Mr. Ong, launched the National Center of Excellence in 2018. So that was the first center which is housed under the Nanyang Polytechnic. All right, and then in 2021, a few years later, our current PM, but at that moment, 2021, he was Minister for Education. He launched a workplace learning certification framework, meaning if a company is able to embrace the full workplace learning framework, they get certificates to recognize the efforts. All right, and with the certificates, of course, it comes with benefits. If you want to learn more, talk to me about it. All right, so I forgot to credit the people, the international partners that we have. All right, we work very well with IHK and AHK of Germany and SCHUVET, Switzerland University of Vocational Training. All right, so this is the whole framework that workplace learning in Singapore is based on. We have 6 pillars. All right, on the top will be the higher level ones like strategy, leadership, and planning. All right, at the bottom, which all the NACE centers are working very hard with, the SMEs are implementation and processes, which embrace the OJT blueprints, and the environment. How do you coach? How do you mentor your staff so that they learn? And the training needs analysis. We will look at the skills future framework and map the gaps that the companies are facing. All right, so through these 6 pillars, we are able to put sense to what we are doing. And if you cannot remember the 6 pillars, it's okay. Just remember this 70-20-10 model, learning model, which says that actually 70% of your competency that you're good in your job comes from on-the-job experience. 20% from your peers, your reporting officer, your supervisors, and they'll be able to coach you, mentor you well. And only 10% comes from classroom and formal kind of learning. All right, so this is the 70-20-10 model. And you know SMEs are very limited in resources, so it's important that they learn on the job. And the bosses won't feel that, I'm having too many staff going on training outside the office, right? So this is where the 70-20-10 model will work very well in the SME environment. Again, I show our Prime Minister, who is then the Minister for Education. In 2021, he said, a successful workplace learning culture will not only help companies and employees, but it will help everyone, all right, to thrive in the post-COVID environment where everything is so dynamic, change is so imminent. And every year we have a national conference for WPL. So this is our Senior Minister of State, and he said that on-the-job training in specific job roles reduce the time taken from work. All right, so in terms of products and certifications, this is what we have: training, consultancy, as well as overseas learning experiential journeys. All right, and all these are funded All right, we work with SSG. We are the fund administrator. So SMEs enjoy up to 90% of the cost of training, consultancy, and the overseas journey. So all in all, we want to make workplace learning a part of their business. These are our training solutions, 4 of them. All right, OJT, training needs, mentoring, and coaching. And our consultancy services focus on 3 areas: OJT blueprint consultancy, training needs, and competency development, which is a bigger project. And we are happy to say that we have worked quite well on all these 3 projects. This is the overseas learning journey that we have. We have gone to Switzerland 2 times already in 24 and early this year. And in June, thanks to HRD Korea, we were able to collaborate and bring some of our L&D and decision makers from SMEs to come to learn about world-class model of workplace learning and to identify, share best practices that can drive progress. And of course, the learning culture is a sustainable one if they believe in workplace learning. All right, a sustainable workplace learning model has 3 parts: competent manpower, committed management, and reliable processes. I have only 30 seconds left to do this very important part. Okay, our approach is multi-partite. All right, so you see we have internal lecturer team who are our champions and advocates. Then we work with external parties who are our intermediaries because they gave that multiplier effect. We have right now 30 external consultants work with us, and each have domain knowledge, all right? And of course, a strong network of trade associations and business chambers. Then, of course, best practices we share and we learn from the best in class from Germany, Switzerland, and Korea. And what we do is we have this synergistic network, all right? We work together, meet together very often. All right, so these are the agreements signed, the events that we organize jointly. All right, this one, HRDK visited us in May. It was a very fruitful trip. So this is our report card. In the last 1.5 years, we have signed something like 6 agreements with various trade associations in F&B, in waste management, in environment services, and security as well. All right, we have done 82 projects, and the training hours are reflected there. So all in all, 130 SMEs were impacted in a very positive way. So these are more events that we did because we know that sustainability is trending. All right, so we work hand in hand. During the Singapore Environment Awards, we help them do judging, and we showcase our expertise at their booth as well. And every year we have Industry Connect events. All right, and we work with Workforce Singapore, catering professionals, as well as our sustainability partner, Attorney, to bring professionals together to discuss and look at all the very good workplace learning measures and programs. This is what is happening in 2026. We will be working with Waste Management Association, Security Association, and Association of Small Medium Enterprises to do more training, to do overseas trip as well, to benefit their members. All right. So lastly, this is the showcase that I was talking about. HYM&E, this is a 40-year-old SME, and they provide mechanical and electrical consultancy work to their clients. So their business challenge is, how can I value add to my stakeholders? So one way to go, riding on the sustainability trends, they think that they need to reorganize themselves. All right, so this is the 5-step sustainability journey that we map out with them, and you can read more on your own. But in terms of the collaboration, it's a co-creation. All right, the client will give inputs, attorney will come in using the technical know-how, and as project manager, we'll make sure that the on-the-job blueprint are good enough to support their training and their learning. So these are the benefits. The 2 roles that we did was on Chief Sustainability Officer and the Carbon Management Coordinator. All right, and the company was able to tap on the SSG Mentorship Support Grant, which we administer to help them with some cost defrayment. Okay, so the outcomes, a structured learning framework. All right, so we just had, this presentation was just last Friday, all right, and all the good things that we mentioned here, but one very tangible outcome was in the 8 months that we worked with them, they managed to publish their first sustainability report. So that is really quite a tall order. They managed to do it very, very well. So this is a quote from Rowena, the CSO. She said she's happy that OJT Blueprint has helped her to learn and get her job better done. She was account director before, in charge of 10 key accounts for the company, but now she has pivoted to become CSO. All right. So in summary, thank goodness. You can ask me questions later on, but sorry for the rush. I would like to say that in summary, we have a lot of things that you can see here, but one thing is for sure, whether you are high tech, whether you are green, whether you are white job, blue job, or whatever, workplace learning is inclusive, all right? It is structured, it is collaborative, and definitely culture-centered. So with a positive learning culture, I think the mindset will be, we have to learn, lifelong learning is the way to go. And on that note, I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity to share what I have been doing for workplace learning. And I invite you to connect with me if you have more to understand about workplace learning in the context of Singapore. All right, thank you so much, everyone, for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sulu. So we have deep dive into the Singapore's ecosystem at the workplace learning. So we will move on to the next case presentation. And the second presentation will be delivered by Mr. Ho-Yan Kim, Director General of HRD Korea's Gyeonggi Western Branch. He will present a case on HRD for Coexistence, Korea's Regional and Industrial Skills Council. So please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
For clear delivery, I'd like to deliver my speech in Korean. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be a speaker in this meaningful venue. I am working in the Gyeonggi southern part of Korea, of HRD Korea. My name is Kim Ho-Yan, the Director General. And KRD HRD Korea is an institute to promote the vocational education of the workers by providing various programs. Among them, for the coexistence, AHRD model should be set for the sake of the Korea's Industrial and Regional Skill Council. I'm going to deliver our effort. These two councils are here to expand the vocational training and the capability building, which are a critical part of the education. First, let me talk about the Regional Skill Council, or RSC. We are calling it RSC in short. In the past, we have provided the training, but the participation of the industrial sector was low. So we focus on supply-driven training that excludes industry. So actual demand side has weak link to employment. And the cost for the training and the participation rate was low. Because of this limitation, and to overcome this limitation, we have adopted RSC. That is, the manpower and the demand will be researched in the local government level and provide catered number of capabilities. And the small and mid-sized companies participate more, and ultimately enhancing the level of technical capability. This RSC was started back in 2013 as a pilot model in Seoul and Gyeonggi area. And right now, about 10 years from then, we have about 11 years of history of operation. Next, let me talk about the implementation system of RSC. First stage is the composition of the RSC. At the regional level, we have the collaboration among local employment, labor offices, local governments, employer association, and labor unions and construct RSC, that is a governance of regional employment and training. In the past, we have the government and the training institute only, but right now we have all the other entities coming into play. Without having this kind of expanded composition, we try to do the research on the demand by doing the survey and analysis. By doing the survey, we were able to reflect the results into their industry's resource budget. And after that, the respective RSC select the common training center that they are going to do the training together. And after selecting the common training center, that respective company will have an MOU with the training center, and that center provides catered training for the company. And by using the NCS, they develop the catered curriculum for the company to meet the needs of the RSC. And by having the regional centralization of each of the jurisdiction, we can support them appropriately. Next is the current status of the 17 RSC. At the top in Seoul to Sejong area, we have about 18 RSCs in each of the main cities. And to provide the catered training that meets the needs of the region, we have the 65 joint training centers. So we have numerous training programs provided annually. This RSC and the joint training centers have the customized training as below. This training, as explained, is necessary to find out the needs and the demand of the region. Based on the needs found, they try to provide the capabilities and the talents that meet the needs of the small and medium-sized companies. They first do the survey on a periodic manner, and second, based on the survey, every year they set up the plan to nurture the talents every year. And targeting the company for the common training, they conduct the joint training and then also give them opportunity to have the employment. And through RSC, we can partially solve the supply and demand mismatch. And we also provide specialized training that meet the needs of the region and solve the issues that may reside in the region. Like this, RSC have been doing many support roles in the region and are creating lots of achievements. And second, let me talk about another entity that is called the Industrial Skills Council, which can be in short called ISC. Let me talk about the background of the ISC. Just like RSC, because of the supply-driven HRD system, it has created labor mismatches. Companies perceive training institutions as the main actor in HRD. That means companies' opinions and their needs were not well reflected in the HRD system. and their authority and their way to recruit the right amount of people were very limited. In order to overcome such shortages in each of the industry, we have created the company-oriented entity and the labor-oriented entity to provide main keynotes for the management and the recruitment and try to solve the mismatch issue. This decision-making process and to find the right number of talented people, actually the survey stages is very important. And based on the result of the survey, we try to distribute it, and we use the LSC, and other government policies were well and proactively supported by ISC. So mainly oriented by industries, we try to contribute to the development of the HRD system. So in summary, the ISC is the cooperation of all the industries and government actors to cooperate together to solve the mismatch issues. From 2015, the ISC was established, and it's been 10 years since its first establishment. Next is the ISC composition. Currently, 21 ISCs are in place together with the ICT section, and under the ISC, we have associations and companies participating. In total, nationwide, it takes for about 70% of all industries. For the past 2 to 3 years, the industrial health and safety and health and welfare had become very important. So the government and the labor sector have cooperated closely with each other to respond to this issue. We also have a plan to set more ISCs nationwide. And you can refer to the slide for the detailed information about 21 ISC. Those composed ISC, we provided the subsidies for the funds, and depending on the industrial size, and also provided their business budget as well, if necessary. Let me talk about their key activities. First is the steering committee and other main committees. By having these committees, they make major HR decisions and also expand their network to share information and consult their major agendas. Second, they analyze and research the current industrial issues and distribute the information to the relevant government agencies so that they can look for the harmonious coexistence. And they also draw some of the HRD issues that have some relevant importance in the industrial level, and also try to expand the right amount of solutions in the region. The new job areas are also being shared, and also they try to improve the LCS in main industrial area. And fourth, they try to establish their capability and competency framework. The 21 IC nationwide, among them we have the electronics ISC, which is a good example of all the ISCs. Let me take a look at this case study in detail. We were in high need of the talent in the semiconductor area. First, we try to draw the exact number of needs in the talents. That was back in 2023. In 2024, we have conducted the analysis on the recruitment NJD. And in 2025, this year, on the AI and semiconductor design area, we have conducted the pilot operation of those programs for AI and semiconductor design. And in 2026, we are thinking about providing the opportunity of OJT to develop a framework for the nurturing of AI capable talents. These are the brief introduction of ISC and SIC. These are two programs that have been going on for mere amount 10 years. They have huge achievement, but still they have long way to go. I believe that if for them to have better achievements, the government, labor sector, local governments, and the industry, those governance should have actively involved with each other to have better achievement in the future. I hope that my explanation was helpful for you to understand these two committees. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim. So he shared the detailed explanation about the Skills Council of Korea and the Gyeonggi branch. So we will now move on to the panel discussion. The topic is making HRD partnership challenges and strategies for success. I'd like to invite the moderator and panelists to the stage. First, we have the moderator, Hwa-chun Park, Director of Center for International Cooperation, Korea Research Institute for Vocational Education and Training. Please welcome her with a big hand. And then we have our panelist, Se-hwa An, Professor of Korea Tech. Please come up to the stage. Thank you. And we also have Ms. Sirifon Parbikam, the project manager of GIZ. And last but not least, Ms. Grace Manae Badilla, the Director 2 of Department of Labor, the Philippines. So this panel discussion will be moderated by Director Hwa-chun Park. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause once again.
Good afternoon, everyone. As I was introduced, my name is Hwa-chun Park. I am the director of the Center for International Cooperation at Korea Research Institute for Vocational Education and Training. It is my great honor to moderate this panel discussion with great panelists. The topic of this panel discussion is making HRD partnership work, challenges and strategies for success. I will understand you even though you close your eyes. I do not think you are to take a nap, but to appreciate our discussions. After a big lunch, my voice will sound like a lullaby to you. You may stretch your arms and take some drinks and snacks. I am allowed to moderate this discussion by 5:30 p.m. So I will sharply end this discussion by 5:30 to wake you up. Okay, so we will have some minutes to discuss with the panelists, and then we will have about some minutes to receive questions from the audience. Since we have the online channel now, the audience participating online may ask questions through the chat box too. Let me begin our discussion. So the first question is about challenges to some of our panelists. The question is, when building a collaborative ecosystem the government, industry, and educational institutions often have different goals. For example, government employment rates, industry job-ready talent, and education or research budgets. If, in your experience, what is the biggest obstacle in aligning these different goals and building trust? And how did you resolve it? Could you, Ms. Parvikam?
Okay, thank you so much for the first question. Let's talk about challenges. No, we have here like the three components, key components that need to work together, like the government, the industry, and also the training institution, or vocational training, or university. From my point of view, when I work also in this area, and we need also to admit that because we have, industrial revolutions, we have also digitalization, we have also the fast pace of growing technology, complex society. It is a bit difficult for the government to keep pace with that, because when the government work, they need also to have some law and regulation, right? And they might also looking at the national perspective, like looking at the policy and also looking at the long-term outcome and also maybe employment rate from my point of view. And then when we look at the industry, the companies, they're looking at the short-term solutions, right? They're looking at the cost-effective, cost efficiency, revenue, income, and also looking at, to have the skilled workforce that can, respond to their technologies. And also the training institutions, when it comes to the training, when it comes to the curricula, it takes a lot of time because they need also to have some sort of, gather the information from the industry, right? And also issue the law, pass also through the standard processes. So these are quite a challenging situation right now when we talk to, even though we know all the key ingredients of principles, but when it comes to the implementation, I think all of the country also still struggles with how can we solve these problems in their own country context. And also this platform like ASEAN+3 Forum is also a good platform where we receive also the showcases, we receive also the practices that you have shared from Singapore, from Korea, and also other countries. So this platform, I think it would be also a good opportunity when the decision makers or private sector also attended in this kind of platform, so they can adapt. So this is also adaptability and looking at, so what could be the solutions for decision makers and also the key players association or employer association. So this would be my answer, quick answer to your question.
Okay, thank you for sharing your experience from different point of views based on your experiences from different countries, from different government sectors and other industrial sectors too. Okay, how about Ms. Grace Mania Padilla, your experience?
Thank you. For us, the biggest obstacle is that the government, industry, and the education sectors often move in parallel direction rather than in coordination, so they don't really talk. In the Philippines, as has been mentioned by the speakers a while ago, this resulted also in a persistent job skills mismatch. So where we have a lot of graduates, we produce a lot of graduates whose qualifications do not match real labor market demand. And of course, we have identified that the root cause of this issue is weak labor market information and limited career pathing interventions that should connect supposedly curricula, training systems, and actual industry requirements. So to address this, among other concerns that we have in the country, the Philippines enacted a law. We call this in our language, Trabaho para sa Bayan Act. If translated in English, it would mean Work for the Nation Act. So that's just very recent. And this law mandates a whole of government employment strategy aimed at reducing poverty through ensuring an environment that encourages more employment and entrepreneurship opportunities, as well as to improve, of course, the employability, productivity, and competitiveness of Filipino workers. So this law also mandates us to create a master plan, the Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan. So this now serves as our national master plan for employment generation and recovery. It emphasizes that we should have timely and industry-relevant skills training, as well as incentives for firms, especially those providing apprenticeships, work immersion, on-the-job training, and similar activities. So it has key action components, which includes priority sectors and key or emerging industries, and expanding the implementation of active labor market policies and information. So of course, this requires active collaboration with industry players, as such critical data can only be generated through direct engagement with them. And this information must be effectively relayed to the academe to guide curricula and training programs. At present, we are continuing our existing programs, very practical applications. For example, we are strengthening our labor market information in the Department of Labor and Employment. We have this material, we call it the Jobs and Labor Market Forecast, where we provide there the in-demand or the hard-to-fill-in positions. That's number one. We also expand career guidance. So also under our department, we have this career development support program. And number three, we also improve employment facilitation. We also have the Registry of Talents. We call it National Skills Registry Program. It's under the community level. And we also have offices, the Public Employment Service offices, which is in charge for placement of workers. And we also have a national online job matching platform. We call it PhilJobNet. However, we are still not yet to the level of AI assessment of matching the employer and employee. So that's a very interesting one that we learned a while ago. And to answer directly your question, if how did we resolve this misalignment? No, the Philippines has not yet fully resolved this alignment problem. So the act that was enacted and the plan that we are doing right now, where the core of this plan is the labor and employment plan, where I am with in the Department of Labor. It was intentionally designed to address both short-term and long-term goals. So, for example, we also touched there the digitalization, the maximizing the use of artificial intelligence, as well as the green jobs or blue jobs conditions. So full alignment remains a work in progress, and the ongoing reforms under the law are meant to close this gap gradually but sustainably. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing your experience, specifically your master plan in the Philippines in detail. And you also mentioned how you resolved such obstacles intentionally by government level and national level, right? And short-term and long-term strategies. Okay, thank you. And let's move to the next question. The second question goes to Professor Sehwa An. For a partnership to succeed, the active and voluntary participation of companies, especially small and medium enterprises, is essential. What are the most effective incentives, for example, financial or non-financial, to make companies view HRD participate as an investment, not just a cost or obligation?
Thank you for your question. As I mentioned in my presentation, in a status region like Korea, vocational education and HRD are often seen as public goods that require strong government intervention. So companies and individuals tend to see HRD not as an investment, but as a cost. But in any skillism, partnership, especially voluntary participation from companies, are essential for success. The problem is that companies have very different needs and the public resources are limited, so it's not easy to design incentives that really motivate the companies to take part. In the three HV models I discussed, the company to receive financial support. For example, in the RISE program, companies get roughly $5,000 to $10,000 to support their R&D activities. But even with this support, I'm not sure it is enough to significantly increase participation. All three models still struggle to recruit both companies and students. So what can we do? Let me share a few ideas. For financial incentives, one option is a kind of a voucher system where companies get a fixed funding limit and can choose the services they actually need. In that case, we could allocate limited resources more efficiently, and the level of a company-specific services would also improve. For non-financial incentives, we need a mechanism that helps trained workers stay in the company and develop into core talent in the future, because retention is the key. Many companies hesitate because they worry HR will end up benefiting the others, not themselves. For example, in higher vocational education programs, male learners face military service issues in Korea, and many students don't see clear improvement in career prospects after completing training. These factors still lead to high dropout and turnover intentions. If we can resolve these issues, retention will improve and companies will likely become more willing to participate. And the short-term incentives alone have clear limits in encouraging companies to participate. As I emphasized in my presentation, we need a broader, more inclusive governance framework that can fully reflect companies' voices. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sewa-an. You pointed out several strategies, including companies' willingness to support or invest their HRD to retain their workforce. Okay, that was one of the key points, I think. Is it correct? Thank you. Okay, now let's move to another question. This question may go to Ms. Siriporn Parvikham. Many partnerships lose momentum and disappear once the initial government budget or short-term project ends. What is the most critical financial or structural condition for them to become self-sustaining ecosystems rather than one-off projects? We also often focus on success stories, but what do you think is the most common reason these partnerships fail or lose momentum?
Thank you very much. This is where actually I'm working in, right? I'm working in the development cooperation project. And normally for project, we receive the funding from the donors. And we need also looking at the sustainability, right? So there are also several key components that could help with the sustainability. So normally when we start to implement the project, we think about the sustainability from the beginning, right? We analyze also all the parties that we would like to involve for the achievement of the project. Because we are working in the project, we need also to deliver results. We need also to work with partners for sustainability. When the project ends, we don't have the budget to support anymore. So who can move this forward, right? So therefore, when we work with, normally we work with the government because the government will be there, right? All the time, the government will be there. So we need to analyze the things that we work, which organization will belong to which mandate, and what about the sustainability, no? the industry, we would like also to involve them because they are the one who talk about, you know, the employment or the competency or the technologies, right? That can help support also the shaping of the future workforce. And when we talk about the future workforce, we talk about education. So how the education can also respond to the needs and demand of the industry. And also for training institution. So they will rely on the curricula for sure, no? And when we talk about the curricula, we talk about the future workforce and also existing one. Because for existing one, they need also to retain, to sustain, to have the employment. How can they cope and also work in this complex society, in the technology? How do they get access to reskill, upskill, right? So there are several ingredients that we need to think about, no? So I think for the projects itself, when we come to an end, we need also to looking at the long-term partnership who can work with us, and also when we work, who can continue our good results until, you know, the next challenges coming in. And then the second one is that so the involvement of industry is also quite challenging. So I think Professor also talking about the low rate of you know, private sector participation. It comes also to their benefits. And if the proposition of the project, of their participation in our project or in anything are not so clear, right? They will lose also the momentum of participation. So here we need also to think more and also to have some sort of strategies to work with the private sector. I think they would like to work and also support in the HRD development, but the government or responsible agency need also to come up with attractive solutions to work with them. And then on the individuals, I think there are also so many ways. If you talk about vocational education, so like in Thailand, they cannot, you know, compare, and also the parents' decision is also key here. But in Thailand, nowadays, we have also some sort of the concrete law and regulation on the dual systems, and also the workplace training, and also the mixture of vocational education can also continue in the higher education. So I think this is the things that the country need to think about, and also the project need to think about when they come in, who can be the key partners and also continue the solutions in the country. So this would be my position, and also when it come to, you know, the experiences and also solutions on this.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your thoughts and opinions. I think to sustain the outcomes from a project once a project ends is a key point. And to sustain such outcomes, we needed to collaborate with, you know, government and private sectors as well, in long term and short term, right? And we also needed to try to make our efforts to obtain more funds from donor countries, or you know, for the beneficiary countries to sustain the outcomes from a project. And also we needed to make some industries such as private sectors to get involved in the outcomes to sustain such outcomes. Okay, thank you for your opinions. Still we have enough time to discuss more topics. So this question goes to Ms. Grace Manaya Padilla. My question is that for a sustainable ecosystem, what do you believe is the most ideal role for the government? Because you are from a government. Should the government be the architect that leads everything, or should it remain a facilitator or supporter that helps the private sector take the lead?
Thank you. Yeah, from the government. So the ideal role for us, we think that the government should be not an either. No, in practice, a hybrid role works best. The government must be an architect when it comes to standards, social protection and system infrastructure, and a facilitator when it comes to implementation, where the market is better positioned to lead. As an architect, the government sets rules such as minimum standards, safety nets, and institutional mechanisms that protect vulnerable workers and create stability for enterprises. So I have a specific example just because I came from the National Wages and Productivity Commission, an attached agency of the Department of Labor and Employment. So my example would be about wages. So in the Philippines, it has tripartite minimum wage system. So it's established by law as a form of social protection to guard workers against unduly low pay. At the same time, the state promotes collective bargaining and bipartite mechanisms above the minimum wage, recognizing the firms and workers are in the best position to agree on terms that fit their situation. So on the other hand, as a facilitator, the government as a facilitator, we should enable, not dominate, industry leadership. We do this through employment incentives, matching services, subsidies, and capacity building programs. So in the Philippines, for instance, our organization also help enterprise raise productivity through free trainings, technical assistance, and access to tools and advisory services. This is where other interventions come in, like trainings, maximizing digitalization, enhancing the use of artificial intelligence. So this is where it comes in. So we are also piloting right now a study to progressively increase wages for low-level workers in the construction industry by linking skills upgrading and productivity improvements with wage progression. So this is similar to the Singapore's progressive wage model, though ours is not a mandatory model for the Philippines. For the Philippines construction industry, it will only serve as a voluntary blueprint that construction companies can adopt and tailor to their needs. So the idea is simple. Higher productivity creates room for higher pay. So we let the industries take the lead on this. So for sure, it should benefit both workers and enterprises. In short, this government should act as an architect for standards and an enabler that supports implementation. This hybrid role ensures that private sector innovation and initiative can flourish without government so much intervening, while social protection and fairness remain firmly in place. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you for sharing your strategies at the governmental level. And so you pointed out government can play a key role by developing such standards or institutional mechanism, and also to maintain high productive industries can take the lead, right? And also you have a free training opportunities to meet the skills needed to AI transition. Okay, thank you for sharing your opinion. Okay, still we have more time, and do you have any questions from the floor? Nobody has developed any questions to our panelists. Can I have more questions to the panelists? Okay. Maybe to all the panelists. Okay. Today, workforce mobility is occurring across countries more often than ever before. How can we reduce the gap of skill levels that the workforce obtains from different systems of different skill regimes? So, Professor Sewan, please. Yeah.
If you don't mind, let me respond to your questions in Korean.
Yes,
so, yeah. 갑자기 받은 질문이고 제가
It was a certain it was an unexpected question, so let me speak in Korean.
주신다면 아까 그 지금 질문하신 것도
So
다른 분에게 양보 드리고 아까 그 sustainability.
About the sustainability, I'd like to elaborate a little more instead of responding to the question that you just gave now. So any system and project to have a sustainability, the 10-year experience of Korea can provide a much insight. The social support, having social support is very important. By having social support, a certain system can be widely recognized by general public. And then when it has a social consensus to maintain for a long term, then the stakeholders in such project can have the momentum, can have a source of encouragement, and go even further to make it as a law. So a lot of programs that we are carrying out now have come so far today with a lot of ups and downs. Since 2018, it was 2018 when it was made as a law. It means that it can get a public support, financial support, meaning it can have a stable financial support. So for that matter, becoming a law and having a very sound ground to get a public financial support is very important. It can have a very strong justification to use the national coffer. So to get there, any project and the stakeholders and participants in that project should be active to get more support and social consensus. So I just wanted to share this from my experience. Thank you.
I think his opinion is that to create a new project or do kind of, my question was how to reduce the gap of skills level from different backgrounds of different systems of different skill regimes. So if we accept kind of workforce from other countries, then we need new policies or new bills to accept them, to create new visas. So he pointed out that we needed to draw social or cultural support or agreements or needs or dialogues, and then such dialogues and needs should be led to new policies and new bills, so then we can implement, our wishes, right? Okay, thank you for your opinions. Okay, what is your opinion, Ms. Parvikem?
Yes, your question is about reducing skill gaps, right? So in the country or internationally. So reducing skill gap, because I also work in many ASEAN projects, right? So my previous project is about, in-company training. And in ASEAN region at that time, we don't have in-company trainer training standard. So we use the standard or the guideline from Germany on in-company trainer. They call it Ausbildungs der Ausbilder. They call it the in-company trainer guideline standard. It is used by Germany, and we benchmark that one. So at first we talk with the ASEAN member states on, whether each country have this kind of standard in place in the country. So the answer was no. So we talk about, so what could be the profile and competency of the in-company trainer in ASEAN countries, no? So we talk about the problems, what could be the profile, and then we developed it together. So this we call standard for in-company trainer for the ASEAN region. And then when it comes to Industrial Revolution, we produce again another standard. We call it standard for TVET teachers in ASEAN. And here we are talking about what could be the profile of TVET teacher in ASEAN to cope also with the industrial revolutions, cope with the green skills, cope with the partnership with private sector. So here we talk about the teaching skills, not about the technical skill, because all the teachers, they need to have the technical skill, right, beforehand. So, and here we talk about what could be the soft skill and to combine the teaching skill with the technical skill. So here we also, as an outcome, we produce also another standard for TVET teachers for ASEAN region, and it also, so both standards endorsed by ASEAN Secretariat. So now, when I look into the energy sector that I'm in right now, in the energy sector, the ASEAN Secretariat, they have also some sort of the development of regional strategies. So it could be, so in the energy efficient instrument in the cooling sector, where we will look into and also work with the ASEAN region, we will looking at the development of the regional standards for energy efficient data center in ASEAN region. And also we were looking at also what could be the standard for food and beverage sector cold chain that we will look into. Here we are talking about to discuss also with the ASEAN region. And then when it comes to the implementation to reduce the skill gap, because we have here the minimum standard of the regional one. So how it would become reality for the national one, right? How much the national level can reach to the regional level. Here it will be the national institutions that need to talk together. And it could also reduce the skill gap, not only in the country, but also looking at the regional strategies and regional standard. So this would be my takeaway that, so there are also some sort of mutual recognition agreement where we also have the agreement together in all ASEAN member states. But that one take long time, because if you talk about mutual recognition framework or agreement, you talk about the recognition of prior learning, right? And this need to become in place. So it's a long process of change, but I think we should be positive that, so we work in this direction is already a good direction to reduce the skill gap, not only in the country, but also at the regional level, in ASEAN level. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You shared your opinions with us. One of the key points is that to develop standards together for teachers to cope with new skills needed, such as green skills, not only technical skills, but also soft skills. And also, you shared your experience in the energy sector you are carrying out in ASEAN member states now. And we have about 2 minutes, so Ms. Padilla, can you answer in 1 minute, please?
Okay, maybe for the Philippines, we have a lot of workers abroad actually, but within the country, we also have this office, the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, where they train students or workers and they issue certification. So wherever they want to work, ideally that certification would be recognized. And we also have partnerships with other countries on what level of certification they would require, so that we can also they can also accept our workers. So that's my 1 minute answer. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing your opinion. I agree with all of you. So we needed to develop skill standards, competency standards, and national and international competency framework, qualification framework that we can collaborate, and also we can develop the workforce that we can move from here and there like that across the countries. Okay, I think we used all the time given. And let us end this panel discussion here. I believe that all of you will sleep tight tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Hwa-chun Park, for moderating our session. And thank you all the panelists for sharing your insights. Thank you very much. Please return to your seats. So we also extend our sincere thanks to all the speakers and participants for sharing their valuable insights and spending the precious time with us. And this concludes session 3 on the building a collaborative HRD ecosystem, along with the presentations and panel discussion. So while we wait for the stage rearrangement, let's take a moment to appreciate the significance of this gathering. So with participants from government, academia, and international organizations, the forum demonstrates the power of collaboration across borders. Our goal today is to turn ideas into action, building innovative HRD strategies that are inclusive, sustainable, and adaptable for the challenges of the future. And also the discussions today are not just about the knowledge sharing, they're about creating partnerships and ecosystems that help both people and communities thrive in an ever-changing world like this. So thank you all for staying with us throughout this long and productive day. Our scheduled program has now come to a close. So now we completed the rearrangement of our stage. Now we will move on to the closing remarks, and we will hear from the closing remarks from Mr. Kyu-seok Kim, Vice President of HRD Korea. So ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause.
Hello everyone. I am Kyu-seok Kim, Executive Director for Competence Development and HRD Korea. I am very pleased that we have successfully completed the first day of the forum held under the theme Reimagining the Human Resources System, Innovating HRD for a Sustainable Future. I'd like to express my gratitude to all the participants joining us both online and offline. I also extend my deep appreciation to policy officials and experts from each country for sharing your valuable knowledge and experience. And my thanks also goes to the Ministry of Employment and Labor, the World Bank, and Korea Polytechnics for co-hosting and supporting this event. And I sincerely appreciate the strong support and interest from the ASEAN Secretariat. This forum reaffirmed the importance of building sustainable HRD systems in response to the challenges of digital and green transitions. We once again recognize that mutual cooperation is a key driving force for economic development across our region. It was a good opportunity to realize that. Today, although our schedule was brief, we actively shared responses to AI and green skills demands, as well as valuable experiences in quality vocational training for the future. Also, we discussed the importance of a collaborative HRD ecosystem among governments, industries, and training institutions. I hope today's discussions will serve as a practical guide in redesigning HRD policies for a sustainable future in each country. I hope you will gain further insights tomorrow's industrial site visit. So tomorrow should be a very productive day, I believe. Though the forum concludes tomorrow, our cooperation toward a sustainable future begins now. I believe that the knowledge shared and networks built today will become a strong foundation for the shared prosperity of the ASEAN+3 and region. I hope you enjoy the remainder of your stay in Korea. And I also thank all the people who made this event successful. And have a wonderful time in Korea and return home safely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Kyusa Kim. So he said our journey for the HRD ecosystem for the future begins here in today's forum. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Kyung-hoon Chung, Executive Director of Korea Polytechnics. Please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you for all your effort and support all throughout the day. I thought I would read as prepared, but thought you are very tired because many people have very good remarks. So in my closing remarks, I will just off the script and talk about it. Many of you would not know much about the Korea Polytechnics and just want to give a brief introduction and our plan for next year, which will be more informative for you. In the morning, we said it is called a CEO, but actually it's a Vice CEO, Mr. Lee Chul-soo. Functionally, we call him Executive Director. So Mr. Lee Chul-soo is setting the indicator to go to that standard. That's his role. So in HRD sector, we have thought and discussed many things. And for us, what we are facing are mainly three things. First is the AI transition. As you're well aware, AI is an inevitable change that we need to go through. And all the industrial sectors need to go through the transition of AI. If you try to avoid it, that will meet you a total failure in the future. It can be, in one hand, a challenge, but on the other hand, can be an opportunity. The second one is a green transition. In its expression, maybe some people call it energy transition because we set the target for the carbon neutrality, and our current government is focusing on setting the target for the green transition and the carbon neutrality. So maybe the transition might be more challenging for us. And there are many companies, advanced companies, who are 3 to 4 years ahead of us. They try to reduce the carbon. And we also joined the Decarbonization Alliance this time. So many company can go and express objection of it, but it is a fact that we are considered a one community as a whole, as the people living on the earth. So the green transition is a new normal and a new value that we need to look up to. And third, an inevitable change is that in Asian countries experiencing the changes in the demographic trend, and the polytechnics is also explaining that one. We used to focusing on the technical oriented changes, but this time we are changing to go to adjust the demographic changes, focusing more on recruiting more women who can go into the job sector. We are planning to have 4 test beds next year. Not only Korea, but also Germany and China. They are the manufacturing powerhouses, and there are many other Asian countries who are called as manufacturing powerhouses. But we have achieved lots of economical successes through the manufacturing sectors. So AI can be a driving force to make another revolution in the manufacturing sector. If we cannot do it, then it would meet with a great failure. So in order to support that part, we are thinking about having 4 test beds to enhance our capability in the manufacturing sector. And the polytechnics, based on the demand in the regional the industrial areas, especially biosector, semiconductor sector, and the aviation sectors, all the specialized campuses are being held by our Korean politics. We actually do not have the kind of models in the past. Even in the world, we actually don't have a good role model. We in the Southeast Asian area, the Vietnam and also Uzbekistan are the ones that we are going to export this model to. It is not only for their own growth, but also for us. We are considering many ways to secure talents in the future. That will be something that we can create a win-win situation. I hope that next time when we have our 2026 ASEAN+3 HRD Forum, I hope that Polytechnics can show you our improvement and achievement. That's our wishful thinking. That will be the end of my closing remarks. Thank you very much for everyone.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Kyung-hoon Jung, for your remarks. So next up, we will hear from Ms. Ji-hye Park, Director of the Ministry of Employment and Labor. So please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ji-hye Park, Director of the International Development Cooperation Team at the Ministry of Employment and Labor. I am delighted that we have successfully concluded the first day of the 13th ASEAN+3 HRD Forum. I was able to feel the passion and active participation of all the participants. The sustainability of HRD discussed today is a very essential agenda for our shared future. The knowledge and experiences shared by experts from various fields will greatly contribute to advancing HRD policies. The policy cases introduced by the ASEAN+3 delegations also provided valuable insights. Technology and democratic changes and the lifelong training and public partnership cooperation are the agendas that we have discussed today. So I believe that this has become a great resources for moving forward. Tomorrow, you will have the opportunity to visit Hyundai Infracore and see firsthand how the World Study Dual Training System operates in Korea. I look forward to many of you joining us and experiencing practical HRD applications on site. So again, I'd like to extend my gratitude for all the people who made a great effort to make this success. The Ministry of Employment and Labor, World Bank Group, and HRDK, Korea Polytechnics, and all the participants who flew all the way to Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-hye Park, for your meaningful remarks.
이렇게 폐회사를
So
의미 있게
today's
남겨주셔서
forum has
감사합니다.
served as a valuable
오늘의
platform
포럼은
for sharing knowledge
혁신적인
on innovative human resource development. And we hope it has provided meaningful exchanges and will contribute to ongoing international cooperation through policy and knowledge sharing. On behalf of the Ministry of Employment and Labor, the World Bank, HRD Korea, Korea Polytechnics, and ASEAN Secretariats, we extend our sincere gratitude. So we look forward to welcoming all of you at the next year's forum. So before we move on to the dinner, we kindly ask all participants to take the time for your survey. So if you see the name tag on the back side of your name tag, there is a QR code. So if you scan the QR code, you can join the survey. So please join the survey so that we can prepare better forum next year. Additionally, for tomorrow's site visit to Hyundai HD Infracore, all participants are requested to gather in the main lobby on the first floor of the Ibis Hotel by 7:50 a.m. Again, 7:50 a.m. So the departure will be on time, so please be punctual, and the site visit will proceed as shown on the screen here. Thank you for your attention. And this concludes the 2025 ASEAN+3 HRD Forum. So thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much. And for your dinner, dinner will begin at 6 p.m. Again, 6 p.m. Enjoy your dinner.